Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas a esta primera jornada.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this first session for solutions for people without a home. I hope that you've had breakfast today, because we have a great day ahead of us, and we expect that it's very fruitful for all of us. Every entity and administration that participates at this session, we want to listen to us, we want to talk to each other, we want to share experiences, and we want to reflect about the learnings and results. And these are two initiatives that, as you know, started in 2022 with the goal of transforming the system to show that it's possible to eradicate this problem of people without, of homeless people. This affects more than 37,000 people. Thanks to this, many people have had a place to be, and this has allowed them to resume their lives. They've been able to resume their autonomy, and they are not living on the street anymore, because although it seems impossible with determination and political will, it is possible to solve this homeless problem. We want you all to participate. We want you to contribute your point of view, and for that, we have a QR code that you all have in the on the brochure, and you can ask all the questions that you deem as appropriate. So in this forum, well, homelessness is not fiction. And what can I tell you about it? This is a reality, and it depends on all of us. So we need to keep on working without losing the future point of view. So as you know, the projects of Derechos, vivienda and H4Y have been launched thanks to the European funds, Next Generation funds, through the Ministry of Social Affairs, Consumption and 2030 agenda. So to open the session, I would like to ask Rosa Martina Rodriguez, Secretary of State of Social Rights, to join me on stage. Thank you.
Yes. Buenos días.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for coming along, and thank you for sharing this session with Hogar and Provivienda. We want to exchange experiences, want to exchange knowledge and good practices. I would like to get started by saying thank you to Hogar and Provivienda for organizing the session when you are presenting the results of your projects. And this has to do with the great contribution that these two organizations are doing in order to transform public policy about such complex problems as homelessness and the access to a dwelling for everybody. So the political representatives, we participate in different spaces where we are told about the problems and challenges that we are facing as a society. But in this case, it's very nice to participate in a session that goes beyond the diagnosis and set solutions, because these solutions are being developed through these two innovation projects funded with funds that have to do with the recovery and resilience plan. So this is why I would like to say thank you for this effort and for sharing the knowledge that has been generated in these innovation projects that has to be key to define public policies in the next decade in order to tackle homelessness. The last month of November, my first day as Secretary of State of Social Rights, I had the chance of talking on the fourth meeting of the Vidas platform, where I was able to listen to Esther's story. She was a member of the project Derechos a la vivienda. It was really eye-catching to me, because she was really grateful when she was explaining that the fact of accessing a house and feeling part of the community had allowed her to recover her life and to feel empowered. An empoweredness that have made her stopped thinking about surviving in order to start to live. So life is not only about covering the material needs, But if there's a step forward, we have to live our full life. She told us how difficult it was to live in the street, especially if you're a woman, and the dramatic consequences that feeling invisible had on social health. To put a name and surname on the story with the highest number of people is important. And I think it helps us humanize and understand the social dimension of all this. This is a concern that is shared by all the administrations. That, well, this is what they tell us at the different meetings that we're holding. You know better than anybody that homelessness is a problem, a growing and persistent problem in our country. We shouldn't forget that house is a right that allows us to have the rights, and to have a decent housing is the previous condition to get out of poverty. And I'd like to stop here for a second to insist on an idea that both the Minister and myself have conveyed in every public intervention. In the next 4 years, we want the roadmap of the Ministry of Social Rights, Consumption and 2030 Agenda to be about contributing to the fact that social rights are not an assistance, a specific assistance tool, but as a pillar to build a democratic and decent society. In this sense, with these projects and with your involvement that you show every day, you are contributing to show that there are solutions to homelessness, and it's possible to launch actions focusing on its eradication to tackle the structural needs instead of mitigation needs. So believe me, if this minister has invested more than 30 million to develop these projects about social innovation, it's because we are committed with the results transfer and with the learning process that they are generating. And I insist, they need to have an impact in designing public policies at every level. Another evidence are the different actions that are being taken from the ministry in order to try to find solutions to homelessness. First and foremost, as you all know, in July last year, we passed the national strategy to fight against homelessness in Spain that sets an action framework in order to reduce by 95% the number of homeless people that are living in the street in an involuntary basis. We are working in the future state strategy of deinstitutionalisation for a good life in a community that includes and prioritizes people that, or homeless people, as one of the groups of people that are jeopardized because of the institutionalization processes, that do not have decent lives, and they are facing human rights problems. With the goal of improving the existing knowledge, we fostered the project of night counting of homeless people that in 2023 had the participation of 27 municipalities belonging to 12 regions. And last but not least, we foster the Spanish presidency of the in order to face against homelessness in September last year. I would like to give credit to Hogar and Provivienda. In the current social and political environment with such an uncertainty, we need social agents that go ahead of us, opening ways that have never been talked, that had never been tackled, in order to develop different experimentation processes. It's paramount to have civil society involved. They are vindicating for rights, and they are able to redesign and rebuild alternatives in order to have better lives and better communities where we all win. It is our responsibility as Secretary of State of Social Rights to pay attention to all these actions, to participate in the spaces with the goal of understanding the problems that people are facing and the new solutions that you are proving that work. These strategies need to be future levers that allow us to move on and to consolidate social rights. I wish you a very successful day, and as you define it, we hope that what is worked here allows us to look beyond towards scalable and sustainable transformations in public policies. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Well, Thank you very much to the Secretary of State, Rosa Martinez Rodriguez. It's very important to have entities and social agents that are opening our way. So right now, Gemma Gallardo, the General Manager of Provivienda, will give us a welcome talk on behalf of both entities. Thank you very much, Gemma.
Como Rosa es más alta, tengo que bajar.
So as Rosa is taller, I need to put the mics a little bit down. So good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be with you all here. It's great to see so many friends that have joined us at this event for Hogar and Provivienda. Is especially relevant event, and for the whole team too. It's a great pleasure to welcome you on this presentation day of results and intermediate learnings of the Derechos a la Vivienda and H4Y projects. These two projects, well, I can tell you that they are being very exciting for both entities, and there's a great effort of the whole team of both organizations. I'd like to get started by saying thank you to Rosa for being with us today. Your words have been very kind. Thank you very much for that. And of course, I would like to say thank you to every person that are here, that are joining us face to face, and the ones that are on streaming. Thanks to Gisa Navas, the manager of Institución Libre de Enseñanza, and Ginés de los Ríos Foundation for having us. It's a charming place, and it's a very symbolic place too, by the way. We will be here again, that's for sure. And it's exciting, as I was telling you, to see how interesting social innovation and pilot projects are for everybody. Today, in terms of social innovation, we'll be able to discuss and to reflect with everybody that will participate in this session. By the way, thank you very much to all the speakers, the Ministry of Social Affairs, different regional and local administrations of many territories, public organizations, third sector entities, and especially I'd like to highlight the people that are participating in these programs that will tell us about them from their own experience. So we're going to share learnings that we've obtained during these 2 years of these innovation projects, Derechos a la Vivienda and H4Y. We will know the first intermediate results that will be tackled by Fresno teams, and that will show the impact that they're having in people's quality of life in terms of autonomy and community houses. This is the approach that these projects have. Derechos a la Vivienda and H4Y are two pilot projects funded by Next Generation Funds through the Ministry of Social Affairs and 2030 Agenda that have the goal of proving with evidences new approaches and solutions that would contribute to the transformation of homelessness and to have more effective policies in order to assist homeless people. As I was telling you, this is allowing us to test new methodologies and to adapt to new realities. This happens very quickly. This is not something new for you. It seems that reality goes faster than us sometimes. And these pilot projects have allowed us to experience with creative approaches and to try solutions that are out of the conventional ones. The team is paying attention to all this, and we're always trying to be bold and to create new things. Thanks to that, we are moving towards new solutions for homelessness. From a preventive point of view, that's empowerment, as you'll see that when you have the results. Intervention focused on persons, on autonomy, theoretical frameworks that allow us to have our own intervention, constant training of professionals, conversation and listening to every participant. Well, these things are the ones that we are testing, and these projects are followed, are developed in Alliance. And this is important. I mean, this is not something trivial. We decided to work in social and educational approach by Hogar and home specialization by Provivienda. This, well, I won't say that this is an innovation because we've been doing this for quite a while, but it's something that should be highlighted anyway. And we also work in multi-layer alliance among all the administrations that work in the different approaches, where we have technical stuff and we have politicians at different levels. This is important, and I would like to give credit to that. This coordination effort and joint work with among different administrations and entities that has facilitated the creation of new dialogue spaces, constant learning, and aligned work. These elements that make a difference in terms of trying to adapt public policies to the needs that citizens could have. With these projects, we see that we try homelessness to move on towards solutions, autonomy, and community life. And now you'll allow us to stop for a while in homes. This is the key element, as the Secretary of State has mentioned. This is a key tool to face this paradigm shift. Our houses give us stability, privacy, independence. So to make a long story short, it gives us a safe space where we can accompany people and where they can start to have control of their own lives. Together with housing in the community, personal support is paramount in order to empower people towards the life projects that they choose.
Esta transformación tan necesaria sigue siendo indispensable.
For this transformation, it is paramount to have structural changes that require a boost in housing through public policies that facilitate and increase the access to affordable housing, especially for vulnerable people. So it's important to have changes in different administrations, social entities, in the way we do things in order to restore the approach of a community life that we expect is fostered with the future passing of the national strategy of deinstitutionalisation that, by the way, would like to congratulate the Minister of Social Affairs on this accomplishment. So the coordination role, the horizontal coordination among administrations is totally paramount. We all say this, I always listen to all this, but I'll say it again because it's necessary. In such a complex phenomenon as homelessness, we require an integral answer where different administrations are involved. In this case, social services, housing, of course, but also the healthcare system, employment system, etc. So these horizontal coordination in integral policies to give an answer to complex problems. So last but not least, I would like to conclude without speaking about the main role that different evidence-based projects have. The results that we will know during today will be a guideline in order to see the elements that have a positive impact of what has been launched, and we'll leave aside the things that we've developed that don't have this impact. This is a good thing of assessment. These projects, with the accuracy of different information, don't only offer the possibility of improving the efficiency of our interventions, but also to contribute public policies to respond to the real needs of people. I wish part of these measures that we've developed that are efficient can be developed through stable public policies by the administrations that are joining us today, and we'll try to transfer knowledge to them too. So that's it for me. I hope that you enjoy the day. I hope that we take different we can have very important takeaways, and that's it. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Gemma.
Thank you very much, Gemma. To develop these projects, well, you know this, it wouldn't be possible without the cooperation of the public administrations, as now Maribel Ramos will tell us. She is the Innovation Projects Manager of Hogar. Maribel, the floor is all yours.
Bueno, no sé si sabéis la...
So I don't know how excited, I don't know if you know how excited I am to be here. So there are many people that already know us because you've been suffering us for many years. I think that I'll be told, hey, leave me alone, leave me alone, madam. Anyway, but we know that we can be very annoying. But when in 2020, when we had to stay at home, one of the things that we were wondering when we had to stay home, we were asking ourselves, at what home? There was something that the pandemic brought us, and the streets were empty for many people, to realize how many people lived there. So, the opportunity of making pressure and to accompany the Ministry of Social Affairs and 2030 agenda in order to try to include homeless people in this transformation and resilience plan, that was a tough work. If the country had to transform, the country couldn't leave homeless people out of this transformation. So meeting here 3 years later is a reason to be happy, especially because what used to be just an idea in our heads, well, we have the feeling that, spoiler by the way, there are some results that prove that some of the hypotheses that we had are going to be fulfilled. Not all of them, because this is what innovation is about, to make mistakes and to start again from scratch, but always starting and, well, taking the takeaways that we've had. So this has to work. Yeah, it works. So we've said that this is not fiction, okay? Because we have evidences that show that this is not fiction, but despite this looking like fiction, we have some facts that really give us goosebumps. In the last 10 years, homelessness has grown by 24%. 10 years ago, there were 24% less homeless people. If 10 years later we have 24% more, it proves that the policies that are being developed from the public administration and from the programs that we are developing by the third sector, it seems that they are not working. So this is what happens with the homeless people. But if we speak specifically about young people, this increase is up to 36%. So homelessness is very tough, but to see 18-year-old people living in the street, to me, I mean, that's terrible, because we are condemning these people to a situation of exclusion in a terrible way, and we should be embarrassed as a society to accept that we have these people in the street. If I think of myself living in the street with 18 years old, I think that I wouldn't have been able to face the realities that all these guys are facing. It's true that a stroke of bad luck or some factors to jeopardize your situation maybe can take you to a homelessness situation, but the point is the chronification that happens with this phenomenon. And the information that we are given by the National Institute of Statistics is that 67% of people that are homeless people have been in that situation for more than 1 year. Something is not right when 2/3 of people that are going through this situation are going through it for more than 1 year. But if we move a little bit more, we see that 40% of people that are in the attention network to homelessness have been in this situation for more than 3 years. We are doing something wrong.
And it could be that us professionals are working very hard and we put all our willingness to change the situation, but the system is not able to provide the right response to this issue. And lastly, and this has to do with the system itself, there's something that we see again and again, not only in our country, but also it's an evil that we see in many of the care systems in our Western countries. And it has to do with the fact that 60% of the seats of the places of accommodation are in collective accommodation systems. This responds to a sort of system that makes it clear that we need to move towards other types of models. This is what we wanted to put on the table. And we know that a new model based on These institutionalized solutions will not solve all the issues that we are facing, and the rights to housing in the future will not, Derechos a la vivienda, and will not solve all the problems related to homelessness, but it will have an impact in things that really affect the people and the resources that we have available at the moment. These are not unlimited resources, and the resources that we have, we need to devote them to those things that have a greater impact. Those of us working in the third sector have this word impact in our minds. We go to it again and again, and we need to be able to make sure that the things that we say, we claim we do, is really having the impact that we want to see. And as Gemma was saying before, there are three main principles that are the guidelines for all our work, and there is a whole team of over 180 people working on this. There are three main axes in this work, in Derechos a la Vivienda and H4Y FUTURO. The first of them has to the right, the autonomy of the people. Professionals need to promote and emphasize and push the autonomy of the people. Respect is the least we can offer. This is our starting point. Our work is to promote the autonomy of the people, and the greater success that we can have is for people not to need us. I always say that I want to be out of work. I want to be unemployed because I really want to see nobody needing us. Of course, if we can solve the problem of the homelessness, we will probably be called by the United Nations to solve the rest of the problems that affect our world. But let's start with this and take it step by step. So autonomy, it's not only the respect. Respect is the basis for this. What we need to do as professionals is to promote the autonomy for our customers, our clients, based on the participants, based on the strengths and the skills that they already have. Secondly, we need to promote the right to housing. I will not talk too much about this. Gemma is the expert in this topic, but definitely the house is the material basis upon which we can build the autonomy projects, and that housing needs to be included in that community. None of us here live in an isolated manner, and if we come to think of the hardest times in our lives, we can say that the community around us was very important to us, both in terms of the community services, both public and private, and also the social capital that each of us is gathering for ourselves. And this is based on the community. The people that we are working for, the people we are working with, need to be incorporated to this community. And this community needs to be welcoming enough so that it can provide response to their needs. This is what we're working on from Derechos a la Vivienda and H4Y FUTURO in cooperation with different public administrations. And since they're not able to hear us right now, since there's no representative here, as you all know, it's very tough to work with them all and to coordinate them all. It's one of the main challenges that we, the people who are working directly with the public administrations, are seeing on a day-to-day basis. But I want to acknowledge how brave, how courageous these 12 public administrations are, including the Town Hall of Gijón, of Avilés, the government of the region of Asturias, the Council from Mallorca, the Town Hall of Murcia, the region of Murcia as well, the Town Hall, the City Hall of Seville, and the regional government of Andalucía, and also the regional government and the government of Madrid. I think I haven't missed any of them. And one of these administrations are the one that are going to tell me one day, "Let go of me, lady." And I want to congratulate them on their courage when, after several calls and several meetings with us, with the team, they decided to trust on us, and they decided to jump on board and join us in this project. There's a lot of work from Derechos a la Vivienda and H4Y FUTURO, but there's a lot of work also from these public administrations, and I'm sure that they are going to ensure that this is a sustainable project. Within Derechos a la Vivienda, they are very focused in dealing with the deinstitutionalization. One of them is preventing this institutionalization. We're working with an early care system. We're working with people that we believe have been homeless for less than 6 months, although I have to warn you that this is not really the case, as we could find out during the research. And also we work towards the disinstitutionalization. We started from a hypothesis that told us that the early the intervention, the more effective the accompaniment that we will provide will be. So this is something that we need to take into account. This has been one of the most interesting findings for the public administrations that have identified that they have issues in this first phase of detecting the people who have just arrived at this situation. So we want to include this early care, and we want to prevent people from entering this protection system. And also what we want to do is work towards the disinstitutionalization of the system. For this, we are working with people who were in collective accommodation centers that had been there for at least 1 year in one of these centers. And we will see later that the average time for people to stay in this type of centers is far longer than 1 year. And what we are determining now is that those people that came from this collective accommodation centers could be living in their homes. They do not need any training for going to live in their own houses. And some of them have already made an exit from these centers. And then from H4Y, they have a project for people between 18 and 25 years. And the first experience that we have had has allowed us to apply the methodology developed by Housing First for Youth. You know that this is something aimed at a specific profile. We have to talk about Housing First for Youth that involves an adaptation of the methodology Housing First to work with the younger people in this population. We are learning about the specific cases of this homelessness among the youth and the specific solutions that we might need. This is not fiction. And we will see throughout the day that this is real. We will listen to evidences. We have requested a lot of information from some of the people in the audience today, and I have to thank them for their help. Through the help of the teams in all the different organizations and the people participating in the different programs. Without the people in the public administrations, this would make no sense. Derechos, vivienda, H4Y and Provivienda are the organizations that launched this project, but we need you all to make this project work, and we need your views, we need your experience, you need your support, and also we need an international view. This is not a problem that is specific to Spain. This goes well beyond our borders, and I have very clear in my mind that in this case we are not only feeding from an international team's vision, but also this international committee are also eager to learn from what we're doing. So we should leave aside our complex for being Spaniards who do not know many things. And I'm very happy that we can also support our colleagues from the northern countries in Europe in this attempts that we do at attaining the goals that we have set for ourselves. I think that the participation, the vision that you can provide to this debate will be very useful. Both from the administrations that are hesitant about the things that have been done or the things that we have found out. It is very important that you contribute to the debate today. I'm sure that we will meet again in a few months when we are at the end of the project, and we can give you the findings of this research of this project. I do not want another pandemic, but I definitely want more funds to work in social innovation. So I am I'm going to be very sad when this is over. But in a few months, we will get to meet again, and we will tell you about the final findings of this project. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Maribel, for this overview where you have made several spoilers and you have talked about things that we will be seeing throughout the day. This is going very fast, and it's a time for our first block, as you can see in the morning agenda. Well, we will go in depth into the findings of this project Derechos a la Vivienda that is very much related with the early attention project. I would like to introduce one of the people who is among the audience today. Her name is Laura, and she experienced homelessness a few months back. I think that we can all agree that there's no one better than she to tell us what this experience meant for her and how going through the program allowed her to recover her autonomy and feel empowered as a person and as a woman. So please give it up for Laura. Laura, you please join me on the stage. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Eva. There's a book that I read very recently titled The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse. In one of the fragments of the book, the boy asks the horse, "What is the most difficult thing that you have ever said?" And the horse says, "Help me." Talking about homelessness is not about talking about the issues of a person, an individual issue. It's a social issue that has several dimensions, as has been mentioned earlier. In 2023, there were around 28,000 people in a homelessness situation, according to statistics. Now, forgive me because I do not know the names of the ladies who spoke before me, but in the past 10 years, this has increased around 25%. And since the beginning of the year, we do not know how much this figure has grown. This is an issue that we see keeps growing. And these figures could even be bigger because we're only taking into account the people who are going to request help from the institutions. We're not taking into account the people who have not requested for any help, so they are not part of the statistics. So I thought that homelessness could affect anybody. I never thought that it would be something that I would go through. It's something that never crosses your mind. And it is believed that many of the homeless are foreigners, and this is a myth. Unfortunately, 51% of the homeless people nowadays are Spanish. The fact that they do not have a house, a dwelling, affects many aspects of a person's life. For instance, in terms of health, you cannot take care of yourself as you should because living in the streets, how can you take care of yourself? Or when you have to endure the sun, the heat, the cold. Also, in terms of your social life, you cannot really carry out a normal life because the fact that you're living in the street is something that sort of takes out your voice, that really prevents you from speaking because you do not want to share this shame that you feel. And also society puts you aside. They say, oh, they live in the streets. Who knows what happened to them? What could they have done to end up in the streets? And this is what people tend to think in this situation. So homelessness, it's about not having where to live. And as it was said before, you lose your security, your confidence, because you do not have any stability. And it is very difficult to have access to a house. For me, this has been a terrible ordeal to have access to a simple room, because the requirements, for instance, that they ask for when you want to rent a room, and I'm speaking for myself, I know there are different similar cases. The requirements are very strict. For instance, you require a guarantee, and they ask you how many hours will you be spending in the room. If you're going to be spending the day, the price will be higher. If you only stay at night, it's cheaper. You have the right to cook once a day or to wash your clothes twice a month, etc. They talk to you about rights, but this is not a right that they can bargain with. But when you're in need, you need to take into account these requirements. And of course, you cannot rent an apartment or a flat, because requirements are much higher. The types of payrolls, you have the documents, papers here and there, the guarantees, bails, etc. They request all sorts of things. So if you are an employee that has the working house, you have a different price. If you are an external worker, you have a different price. I need to spend more time inside the room because I'm recovering from health issues. So my rent is higher because I use the house more time. So having access to this type of dwellings is quite complicated for many people. And in the face of this, there is a reality. When you read, when you learn about this situation, you learn that there are 4 million empty houses in Spain, which is about 14% of the total housing stock. So there are about 28,000 people in a homelessness situation, and you have 4 million empty houses and 28,000 people who cannot have access to dignified, proper housing. These people do not fulfill the requirements or do not have the money to pay the high rents that are demanded for the available houses. So throughout this process that led me to a situation where I did not have a house, and this comes from a health problem. It was very serious, but fortunately I have recovered from that. But throughout that period, I had to spend several months without a home, because the house where I lived, the landlady where I was staying thought that because of my health problems I would not be able to pay the rent, so she kicked me out. So I knocked on different doors and I didn't receive any help. Several months later, I finally got the support and I was taken to what is called here a shelter, a center specifically for women. Back then, after all the anxiety, after all the pressure, after my greater health issues due to all of the situation, it felt really well to arrive at this shelter. I know that many people tell a different story of these shelters, but to me this was a very good experience. I was very well treated. They were very empathetic with me. I was taken care of, and I am very grateful for everything that they did for me in this shelter. And having these shelters for emergency situations is very good for the people who need it, but it's not a place to stay for a long time. This should not be the purpose of these shelters. And there are many solutions for all the things that I have mentioned, and I'm participating in one of these solutions, the program Derechos a la vivienda, pushed by Hogar and Provivienda. This program, as it has been said before, is a program that aims at deinstitutionalizing people. So the program is adapted to the needs of the people going through this situation in their lives. So it doesn't request for the person to adapt to the institution or to the a set program. The goal of this is to be able to access a dignified house, which is my case, for instance, and to have personalized support. To me, this has meant a greater autonomy. I could recover my autonomy, and also throughout this process, I am receiving training, education that will enable me to have proper employment in the future. I feel stronger day by day. I feel healthier day by day, and I'm also planning things in the short, mid, and long term, according to the goals that I have set for myself. And within all this, we have created a speakers group where we give support to each other. And one of the important things is that I have learned that I have rights. And all the people who are in this situation or have gone through this difficult situation, we have rights and we have a voice, and we can speak up and we can tell our stories. And not only we have rights, but we want to claim those rights so that nobody else has to go through this difficult situation in the future, and that we can all enjoy these rights. That the fact that we do not have a dignified house prevents us from enjoying. And this program is aimed at 700 people at the moment. This is very positive, but it is still a figure that we should improve. Now that we have some representatives from the public administrations and from the political world, I would like to end by saying that it would be very good to have a sort of regulation for the rental prices and all that chaos around having access to a house, when I have the right to have access to a house. And for so many different reasons, a person can be prevented from having this access, and nobody looks for nobody likes to be in this type of situation. And I would like to ask also for all the paperwork to be much easier. One of the things that we have to endure, me and my family, is the fact that we didn't have a work permit. We wanted to work, but we couldn't because the work permit was an obstacle. If we do not have a work permit, sometimes you can get hired, but the wages are so low, and sometimes you're forced to accept them because of your situation, but it is very unfair. And also, I would say that the housing stock should be increased, and maybe also from moving from shelters to apartments to flats, and also the support more support to programs such as the Derechos a la vivienda so that they can last longer and more people can benefit from them. And to finish, I would like to say that asking for help is not giving up. My name is Laura Luna. Thank you very much.
Vamos a respirar porque qué valioso y qué importante el testimonio de Laura.
Let's breathe deeply. It's such an important report that Laura has given us. This is something that could happen to any of us. Homeless people have rights. Everyone has a right to access a house. And as Maribel was saying in the beginning, what you don't measure, it looks like they don't exist. So now we're going to hear the findings from the early intervention in the prevention of homelessness. And it's Leticia Enar in charge of presenting these results. Good morning. It's very exciting to be here today. I think that we have a difficult goal. After listening to Laura, I'm still trying to collect myself because we have been working for many years in the field of homelessness, but her words can never, can always touch us and move us. Today, I want to show you the first findings, preliminary findings from this assessment that we have done halfway through this program. When we were preparing this session, it was complicated for us to choose among all the data that we have gathered, but we want to convey today the main data. But before going into these details and data and indicators, I would like to thank the Alliance for trusting us as an external assessment team. And I also would like to thank all the professionals that have made part of this assessment. And also I would like to thank the Ministry, because these projects and pushing innovation are key to make policies more efficient, more performing, and this will enable us make these rights, ground these rights and make them real. So my presentation will focus in the results regarding the prevention of institutionalization in the early attention part. The focus that we have given this assessment is we wanted to have more evidence, more knowledge regarding the situations that we can base our policies in the future. We wanted to share a bit about the methodology, because at the end of the day, the rigor of the methodology is what will enable us to have solid evidence. Three very brief aspects. First of all, this assessment is an external assessment, and also it's a contrafactual assessment. What does that mean? It means that we have, on the one hand, a group participating in Derechos a la vivienda and a control group that is an equivalent control group. They are in the same, they could be part of the program, and after a random selection, they do not have the possibility of participating.
La segunda cuestión.
Second important thing would be the sample. And when we're speaking about social innovation, one of the points is that it's very difficult to make experiments. And normally, we have just few samples, but in this case, it's true that the approach of this program has allowed us to have a critical mass of people. It's 270 places in early attention, but in this case we can see some preliminary results because we still have not finished our fieldwork, and we have information out of 184 people, out of which 69% are men and 31% are women in the case of the experimental group. And this is important. You'll see the information in two lines. One line has to do with early attention, 210 places, and self-directed support. Both profiles are quite similar, but methodology is different. This is why we wanted to identify it. And the control group, where we have a sample of 108 people. Another feature is that we've made a follow-up of people, and this is a transversal analysis. We started with this when they had not joined the program yet. In other 7 months, we will have the final measurement. As we've said, is a counterfactual assessment. This allows us to identify the net impact. That is, the information that we're going to produce have to do with the participation in housing rights, no matter the context, and the control group people will move on. And this difference has to do with housing rights in the case of customers. So first of all, who are we talking about when we speak about people that are in this early attention and prevention line? It has been some kind of discovery, because the truth is that in the selection process it was difficult to identify people. So we really don't know much about them. But 4 important pieces of information. First of all, as homelessness, well, you know that it's quite masculine. 69% of people of this sample are men and 31% are women. It should be highlighted that if we see the national statistics, there's a female overrepresentation in the case of the project. Another definition element would be the age. And it's quite eye-catching, that the average age is 37 years old, and that's a productive age. I mean, when we are collecting data and we think of the work market, there's a lot of talent that is being ignored. We have gender differences in terms of age. The participating women are older, they are 42 years old in average, and men are a little bit younger, 35 years old. But we get this result. Another aspect that won't be striking for anybody is that there's an important presence of foreigners with everything that this entails. 77% of participants are foreigners. This participant is reduced a little bit more in the case of women, it's 70%, and the control group right now, well, the sample that we have right now, is a little bit more reduced, just 60%. And we have different negative factors that make people have a much more complex situation. And this has to do, well, we add the irregular situation. 74% of foreigners don't have a work permit. But the most revealing thing that I want you to take into account is a graph. The graph that measures the homelessness pathway. As Maribel has said, the requirement to access the project for this profile is that people should have been in that situation for less than 6 months. But what has happened? Surprise! People have been in homelessness situation for more than 1 year. If you see the graph, there are differences between men and women. Men have been there for more than 1.5 years, women a little bit less than 1 year, and in nationality terms, Spanish nationality has been there for more than foreigners. What can we extract out of these data? Well, clearly, if we have a look at the full pathway, they have not they have been in that situation, going in and out during their whole life. We see that the network is having different needs, but we are not having a final solution.
Os invito a recorrer un viaje, un mapa, en diferentes dimensiones.
So I invite you to take a journey in terms of different dimensions of the people that will set up this pathway. We have converted these as evaluators, and this will allow us to draw some conclusions. So housing rights, here you can see on the graph, well, it speaks by itself. In terms of housing rights, we invite people to find these housing solutions by themselves. I mean, the customers have tried to make their living in this untamed market as the real estate market, and this has allowed people to find housing. In 94% of the cases, we said that after 7 months, 94% of the people have found their dwelling, so to speak. And in the control group, there's 17% or 23% that is still living in the street or in shelters. So we add 7 more months of homelessness with everything that it entails in terms of chronification. But housing is not enough. Why? We need to start to rebuild this from the inside. Well, everything that people lose when they are in this homelessness situation. The project accompanies people with personalized support, from self-determination, and these are the results. People feel more autonomous. They have they really want to change, and their self-esteem improves. So they are much better prepared in order to assume the challenges that the project means. So what about mental health? Well, when you are in this homelessness situation, the emotional well-being is jeopardized. However, but when they go through Derechos a la vivienda, has a positive net impact if we see the difference between the control and the experimental group that makes people move on. And of course, employment. Employment is one of the foundations that the project bets on. Well, people start to look for a job in an active way. This is very important too. When we speak about employment among vulnerable people, the attitude is quite relevant. And one of the indicators that we've seen that should be highlighted are the forecasts of finding a job. People feel stronger, and when they really feel discouraged, this is something that reduces this active population, has reduced in a much higher proportion in the experimental group rather than control group. People find a job. We have a positive net impact of 3.3%. And if we see the difference in terms of evolution between the evolution and the experimental group. And in this case, I just would like to highlight 2 things. So there's a difference between men and women. Women start from higher employment rates that are around 18%, and they scale up to 23%. In case of men, they start from lower levels, 12%, and they increase up to 24%. But the net impact, when we compare men with the control group and control men and customer men with control women and customer women, the results are different. And last but not least, this good life in community. When we speak about deinstitutionalisation, we always speak about community. People feel part of their neighborhood from a different point of view. They're not in that other position, and they have things to do in the neighborhood. They have self-directed support, early attention, and a positive impact. If you see, these assessments have grown much more, and this means that I'm part of the neighborhood and part of the community, but also that I'm going to increase the social capital, and because of that, I'm going to increase the opportunities that I have in the future. There's a high percentage of foreigners in an irregular situation, and the access to work market happens through these irregular networks. And just to conclude, as I was telling you, these ideas that you can see here, we have housing, and housing allows people to look for these housing solution, and this can be done fast in order to avoid this chronification. We're working on these skills. It empowers people so that they can have a better emotional well-being, and with all that, they are looking for a job and they are able to find it and they feel part of this community. All this together brings us to prepare that pathway to have these autonomous way out, so to speak. And I think that figures speak by themselves. Right now, if we take the way outs that have happened during this quarter, when the project was designed, they said, no, the goal is 50%. I thought, well, maybe these Alliance guys are too bold, and I think that they are taking too much risk. Let's see how we're going to justify this to the ministry. But the point is that in self-directed support, we are in 70% during this quarter with committed way outs. And in the case of early attention, we are at 47.4%. So I can only congratulate the team on these accomplishments. And for closing, two things. First and foremost, in terms of evidences for policy, I think that what indicators tell us is that it is an efficient solution that allows us to have a solution. We speak to the managers, and it's a great stress to pay attention to every need in an overall network with the demands and the resources we have. But the truth is that this is sustainable, and the project reduces its duration.
Aquí son cifras, pero lo cierto y verdad es que.
And these are just figures, but behind these figures we have people that are able to make it and that make the rights come true. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Leticia. La verdad.
Thank you very much, Leticia. This information is quite revealing to see how this is working. We'll see H4Y FUTURO later. There's an idea that has appeared several times during this morning that has been tackled by Gemma and Maribel, and it is importance, cooperation among the different institutions in order to prevent and to eradicate this homelessness problem. This is what we are going to speak about during this first reflection roundtable. If you're online, and for the ones that are here at the auditorium, we remind you that you can ask questions. Don't be shy, because this will make this be much more enriching for everybody. So this first roundtable that will deal with what we've learned in the interinstitutional work, I'll tell you that it's a we have a great female power. We have Grenada Moyano in charge of Derechos a la vivienda program, Carmen Fortea, manager of Homelessness Attention Service. It's great that you give a round of applause to each and one of them. Carmen Fortea, the manager of Homelessness Attention Service from the local Institute of Social Services of the City Council of Barcelona. And Lucia Hernandez, coordinator of Prevention and Social Promotion Unit of City Council of Cartagena. So welcome, and the floor is all yours, ladies. Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Bueno, pues hemos venido aquí a hablar de aprendizajes e innovaciones.
We're here to speak about learning and interinstitutional collaboration, one of the main things has been how these 12 administrations have collaborated with this boldness, being involved not only on their daily work, but also on the committees on these quarter planification to identify challenges and learnings. So what would be the main lessons learned in terms of institutional collaboration? Well, I think, first and foremost, I would like to say thank you for allowing us to be here at this important session and at this reflection space that we really need. So out of the lessons learned from a local point of view, we were really trying to respond to this homelessness situation. The first thing that we've learned is how important and how necessary it is that this work among the three administrations to happen linked to social entities. It should be on the public agenda. So homelessness, we start from the point of view that has been something that has been in every territory. So if we had to put a headline, the first one would be that need, that we couldn't keep on working without doing everything it took, coordination work, etc. And we need to be aware that we have a model that is not adapted to reality. And working on prevention is very important. So when we work on prevention from other points of view, and we need to acknowledge that we need to train ourselves. I've had the chance during these different meetings of seeing that we need to be trained, we need to be educated, we need, well, the different employees, the administrations need not only to create this coordination space in order to understand the synergies, but we need to speak what we are talking about. These figures that were presented in the evaluation are realities from profiles that sometimes we really don't know. So these would be the headlines that I would like to highlight from the administration point of view. It's made us work together and to create these spaces, to be trained and to include the homelessness as something relevant. Thank you very much. So in our case from Barcelona, it was a great chance of putting on the table a work point of view that we've been developing in terms of the intervention program to assist homeless people, but from a different point of view, because quite frequently municipalities feel alone in front of the situation because the circumstances appear at the different territories where these problems happen. So the possibility of, first of all, working from an association point of view in Barcelona have had long history in this sense, but this network should be moved at national level, and we need to have a work line with the ministry. I think that the main lesson learned is that we are not alone. We can do this together with association networks. We have institutions that set a framework, and we have a strategy that has been promoted by an entity that has allowed us to have this impact and that possibility of having an impact and to put something on the table, a problem on the table that, although it seems to be normal to speak about homelessness and housing, the ones that have been working on homelessness for quite a while, that's a great leap. Some years ago, it was something that was tackled, but when we talked about the difficulties of homelessness, we talked about personal histories, as Laura was saying. Well, maybe this person has done something to be in this situation. We were looking for health problems. Everything was really focused on the person. So, to focus on housing so that different ministries of the Spanish state aren't following this line, to us is a great learning in order to share the future point of view. So I would like to highlight this idea. We're not alone. We've done this with third sector entities that give us a wider perspective, and there's a very good way to identify and to say, hey, we are going to promote good practices, but not only at local level, but also at national level. So this has not been easy. It has required a great flexibility, and this is another thing that I would like to highlight in this innovation field: flexibility by everybody. I remember Lucia opening the doors of every public and private entity in Cartagena, speaking about early attention, this difficulty that we had at the beginning of the program when we were developing it, to identify these profiles when they have not been there for a very long time. And we said, gosh, maybe they're not under our radar, under the social services radar, or the attention network has not located them. How can we work on early attention if we can't identify these people? Maybe when they are there, it's too late. Deinstitutionalisation has played its part. So how do you think that the administration has been able to implement new actions so that in collaboration with public and private entities in order to detect all these problems? How do you think that we could focus on this from the administration point of view? So for us, it has been about confirming the fact that the program that we've designed is a program that, among all these difficulties, pays attention to the consolidation process of the homelessness situation. So, the situation of these people, when they get into this situation, these are the ones that we can detect on the street, but it takes some time of intervention in the street for you to understand. So I think that the shift is in the fact of, as soon as we detect him in the street, we had to set how we can set this early attention point. So you know that housing in Barcelona is very, very difficult. I would say that rental room or rental housing are the options. We need to have the support in order to have the ceilings. So it's one of the main important axes when we have to intervene and focus. We need to focus, for example, on traditional shelters, following the line of collective profiles. We need to focus on the people that have been in the street for a longer time and who need more integral attention time. So in our case, we're the second bigger city in the region of Murcia, and together with the Murcia City Council, we were the ones that had defined actions with homelessness. There was a very important point during the pandemic. We were the only municipality in the region that decided, with the state of alarm, to open resources with our own funding, local funding, to respond to that situation. So, taking into account that it was a center of interest, it was some kind of need. We work with many sectors, we do many things, but beyond resources, with this emergency situation, have we devoted the work it requires to plan the right policy, to know the diagnosis, and something that is paramount, and it's this PPP, I think that we need to assume the responsibility by the local administration in equal conditions? Are we doing the right things or not? When we have the possibility of joining from a selfish point of view, it was an alliance in order to move the tree leaves. So this made us see that we don't have the absolute truth, that the wider point of view is beneficial for all of us and for that community that we work for. The fact of working from prevention and accompaniment is a methodology that is here to stay. And if we deny that, I think that we will fail. So it has been that we've used to say, well, this technical work wants to validate the public officials that need to look for agreements for services that respond to these needs. So this has been very helpful. I think that we have been quite honest. When there has been a difficulty, we've reported it. So we don't understand this, why this and that. So we've made an alliance with all the other entities that were working at the territory, in the case of Cartagena, for example. So it's like we've made quite a powerful and strong club. We are all being educated together, and we are seeing where we are going towards. So right now, we have a street work device that was there when we came here. This work is being done by local teams and together with the different entities, but it's also forecasted that if someone gets into this situation, with that early detection situation, we start to work with them, because we want the prevention to be a result.
Vale, no os voy a dejar escaparos así tan fácil. ¿Creéis que sí?
So this is not the easy one, okay? So if we had to identify early attention people again, because maybe it should, if maybe these difficulties would be reduced, would we be able to identify people that have been in this situation for a shorter time in order to apply this early attention? As we've seen on the figures, we've seen the early attention, but we've found people with more temporality than that was expected. Well, I think that after this time, we would have learned some things that could be avoided. I think that, as a conclusion, I would like to highlight that what we are seeing in the different territories, and we really don't know how to prove it, and we're proving it with these assessment indicators, is that we are seeing many people in this situation, street situation, that comes from other systems failures, so to speak. So this is taking us, this is taking these people to poverty and exclusion situations. So there are figures that tell us that we need to focus on something that is being done from somewhere else in order to avoid this from happening. So with the assessment results that we are seeing, with the experience that we've lived, we could have a much wider point of view and much easier to reach these situations.
Yo creo que sí.
I think so. I think that if we had to kick this off again, we would have a better focus. And which is the profile that we need to aim for. Even if the result at the end of the day is the same, having 1 year horizon, because people do not come in and out of the situation so easily. So the duration of the situation is one of the main factors, but not the single factor. And there are other elements that could condition our actions and that could make it more difficult for us to work, or that there are more inbound and outbound experiences. I also think that there is a learning that we have acquired that has helped us determine where we should aiming sight. We had it in our minds, but we hadn't put this into practice. But I also have to say that in an organization such as the case of Barcelona, where homelessness services are specific services that work within the framework of basic social services, but we have a different basic social services, and we have the homelessness services. They are separated. So this project is applicable not only in this specific program for homelessness, but we also want to implement it in the basic social services within the territory, because this is where the people go when they are fearing to lose their house, or they have just lost their houses, not because they have been expelled from foreclosure, but because I have been forced to leave my house for many different reasons. So we're not only needing this within the homelessness framework, but also within the scope of the social services, because they are the ones leading the prevention activities, preventing homelessness, not the prevention from within the framework of the deinstitutionalization of the people. These are the two views that we can have on this situation. If you allow me, I think that one of the key things in these approaches is that homelessness has not been properly developed within the basic social services in an primary or early attention services. In each of the municipalities, in each of the regions, we have staff that is devoted to preventing all sorts of exclusion situations. But I think that we need to reflect when it comes to the social policies in our country is that in the strategy for the homeless, we have not worked enough. We have received training regarding the family situations, and I'm talking about the local and regional trainings. We have talked about migration, but homelessness. About homelessness, we have not received training about the services that we have, the resources that we have at our disposal, and we hope that this new strategy will include homelessness in this type of training, because this will enable us to do our work better. We have had to work with the different institutions, with the third sector organizations. We will not talk about each of the difficulties that we have had to face, each of us, but we have seen that there is no global view, there's no cross-cutting view, and it's important for us to apply this cross-cutting view to all the levels, the regional and the local level, and it is a difficult thing to achieve. I think this is one of the weaknesses that we encounter when we discuss homelessness. We need to work on this, and we need to channel this properly, such as other topics that have been approached from the social services area. We have realized, thanks to this, what the reality was that we had not seen. Well, I could be talking with you all morning, but I'm afraid we do not have much time. So just one thing to close this roundtable. Regarding sustainability, what strategies do you think are more effective in this field after what we have learned? which is the path that we need to take looking forward. I think this has already been mentioned in the previous presentations. For us, there are three main elements related to sustainability that will be key. First of all, assessment data and the scientific evidence that will enable us from the technical viewpoint to push this forward and upward so that we can actually test the efficacy, the efficiency, and the good results of promoting autonomy among the homeless people. We believe that this is one of the key elements and instruments that we have in order to improve things. A second element would be the economical aspect. Economically speaking, we need to see a project that is sustainable per se, and it needs to fit within a budget. As you know, in social services, public administrations are not very wealthy, and we need to have the sufficient basis to devote money to rebuild and to build new things. And also from the prevention viewpoints, we need to have the resources to promote the socio-educational aspects. We cannot only think about building a shelter and then I start placing people inside the shelter. This is not the main goal. Thirdly, we need to think about how can we fit the right to housing program in the existing program of the municipality. This is a challenge. We need to determine what are the contact points that we have between the two programs. How can we justify this with all the professionals working in this area, and how we can make this fit so that we can develop the project and the model further. And this is what we're working on at the moment. I agree with everything that Carmen has said. I will not go into what she has said again, but I would like to add that for those of us who are working in innovative projects from the local administrations, we see that there is a difference between this project and other projects. You are making it very easy for us to be able to have evidence to base our work in the future. When you have so much information about the costs, the results, it really helps you demonstrate that this is useful. Sometimes we encounter this problem. How can we go further from understanding a first approach? We have a challenge ahead of us, those of us who have participated in this project. We need to find this sustainability factor. Now we have the tools and we have the people to support this on the ground, and we have now the instruments to prove that this is the way to go. And also, we are seeing that there's a movement in the whole of the region, which is different from what's happening in Barcelona. So at a local level and at a regional level, we are working on this. We have called this the year of the transition to prepare for 2025. We are hoping that homelessness will be given the importance that it really has, and we hope for the ministry to acknowledge the importance of this situation by providing us with more resources, the funds that we need. Because up until now we have been using our own funding and our own resources, and this is all being connected also with the European funds. But I would like to thank this project because these results are really helping us a lot. Well, I will keep the three headlines for sustainability: assessment, money, and integration with the existing network. So thank you very much for your time, for your words. Thank you very much.
No os vayáis, chicas.
Please don't leave the stage, because we have a very interesting question that came through the streaming. This has a lot to do with the learnings. Which is the biggest learning that you have seen in the time that you have been participating in the project? So just give me one line, one headline, please. To me, the learning has been that I really had to analyze the synergies that we had created within the territory without being aware of it. The biggest learning for me has been that I could see that only with the funding, with the socio-educational support and this multidisciplinary approach where the housing plays a very important role, we can actually achieve this goal of preventing people from entering a homelessness situation. Thank you very much to all of you. It's the time now for a coffee break. We have a few minutes for chatting outside, and we will be getting together again at noon 25.
Podéis ir sentándoos.
Please take a seat. So let's start the second part of this session. I think time flies since we're having so much fun this morning, and let's discuss now the response that we can give to homelessness among the youth. The prices of the rent keep growing, and this is something that young people see on a daily basis, and homelessness among the young is increasing. The lack of a house where you can feel sheltered, where you can see your own future, where you can build a project for your life is one of the most difficult situations that you can face as a young person. Me, as a 27-year-old, I think this is one of the most terrible situations that you can contemplate. And now we are testing the methodology Housing First for Youth. It is the first time that in Spain we can prevent young people from falling into the homelessness. And we will hear now Emma Saya, who will go in depth into these prevention techniques. Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me well? So, good morning, everyone. My name is Emma. I am a technician in the deinstitutionalization part of this project that we are developing here, and I'm working in Madrid. I am very nervous today, but I'm also very happy to be here on the stage sharing with you today, but I'm very nervous at the same time. So, I'm here today to talk about the philosophy Housing First for Youth in Spain and the program H4Y. This presentation is divided into three parts. First of all, I will be discussing Housing First for Youth as a philosophy, as an international model. Secondly, I will be discussing its future here in Spain. And the third part, my favorite one, is the lessons learned in this one and something year of developing this project. So let's start with the first part, Housing First for Youth as a philosophy, as an international model. How is this idea born? It is firstly born in Europe and in Canada to give a response to homelessness among the youth, inspired in a program called Housing First. This was an existing philosophy, but it was adapted to the needs of the younger population. We wanted to facilitate a healthy transition towards an adult life with a safe place, which is a house, a home. From the home, the idea is to provide a number of different supports, and I will go in depth into this topic of the supports and services that are included in this idea, so that the person can have a house, stay in the house, and never go back to social exclusion, and that this person can have dreams as any person, any young person. What is a young person? We do not have uniform answer for this question, because the different realities in the different regions, political territories are different. But we understand, broadly speaking, that a young person is a person below 30. Now we have an idea of what we want to offer. We have an idea of the target audience, and then we need to think about the philosophy surrounding this. And for this, we are going to use 5 main pillars, 5 main principles that I will list very quickly. This is the most theoretical part, but it's necessary so that you can understand what we are about. First pillar is a right of a house without any previous requirements, meaning a house, a safe house, as a human right. The autodetermination of the younger people, that we are focusing here in the right to select the services that they want to activate depending on their needs and their will. Also, the involvement of the young people. We are focusing here in the strengths of the person. when a person is in a situation of vulnerability, this does not prevent them from having strengths, and they have knowledges, they have skills that they can put into use so that they can face the challenges of life and solve their situation. The support should not have any time limit. This is something that we see among the young people. Their lives change a lot, they move around a lot, and the services should be adapted to this. And then social inclusion and community integration. So this program promotes the involvement in the community life. It says their community, but I would say their communities, because I believe that every person is participating in different communities. First of all, the chosen ones. For instance, I choose to join a basketball team, and I choose to be part of a group with these people because we share interests. And then there are other types of communities that are, we could say, forced communities, such as the community of the neighbors living in a certain place. This could become a real supporting network.
Esos son los pilares, ¿no?
So these would be the pillars of this philosophy. We have also talked about Housing First for Youth as an international model. What is being done then about this in other projects? We see this in the Netherlands, in France, in Italy, and in many other countries, and now in Spain. And each country has its own approach to this project, trying to keep faithful to this basic philosophy. Now we also have the room, the technicians, we have room and the space for sharing with other technicians. So I've been able to travel to France and to Budapest to learn from the colleagues from other countries, and they also learn from us, as Maribel was saying right before, and we are sharing a lot of information, a lot of knowledge, and this is what enables us to go from a micro vision to a more macro vision that really makes sense and gives sense to our work. Now, Housing First for Youth arrives at Spain, and this moves us to the second part of my presentation. So what do we know? We know several things. For instance, that it's going to be called H4Y. It's going to be a 3-year project that will be carried out in Madrid and in Mallorca, and that we will be working with 105 young persons between 18 and 25 years. Okay, these are the requirements. Now we need to build a team of professionals. We have created a multidisciplinary team with social educators, social workers, anthropologists, sociologists, people speaking several languages, Arabic, English, French, Catalan, and different ages as well. And this is a very comprehensive group. And I will be very transparent here. And it's also a very moving team. This is what I wrote in my notes, and also LOL. I have to say that I want to say and take the opportunity for saying that I am very happy, I'm very proud, I'm very pleased to be part of this group, because I see that people are working very hard in order for this project to be a success. So I'm very, very pleased for that. Thank you. Now we have the requirements, we have the team, we need the young people, obviously, and we need to introduce the project. There are many resources. We want to reach a very broad audience. We make this presentation in shelters, in women's centers, in day centers, in LGBTQ centers. We want to work with all these communities, all these people who might be outside the scope of these resources, these people who cannot really stay within this framework. There are many people who want to join in, so we need to find a solution to this. In Madrid, due to the number of people who wanted to join in this project, we have created a vulnerability tool. This took into account the time the person had spent in the streets, if they had any issues with pending sentences with by law, if they have been victims of violence. It is a big challenge because we have a team, a group of people who is in a situation of extreme vulnerability. We have a team that needs to get familiar, who needs to familiarize themselves with the situation, and we have very little time. So we needed to start working right away. And I will describe a little bit the way we work in H4Y. First of all, we give access to the person to a dignified and fully equipped housing. They do not need to demonstrate that they're ready to have a house. A house is something that you don't deserve. Personally, and I think that anybody here can say the same thing, I wasn't asked if I was ready for not living in the street. Are you ready for having a roof over your head? I never had to answer this question. We want to break away from the meritocracy. We also have another key pillar, which is the accompaniment from the technical team. But I will talk about this later. We have a varied offering of services. We have legal services. We have support for education, exit transfer, search for housing in the different regions, and we have the accompaniment. And I want to focus on this because we know that the success formula, we know that this from the Housing First project, we know that the success is based on this support from the technical team. The technical team is divided into two parts: the socio-educational one and the housing part. They work hand in hand. They work different aspects with the person in order to thinner down the connection so that we can they can have autonomy and we can leave the room for the forever people. This is the way we call them.
Y la libertad en este servicio es...
And the freedom is how they want to make this follow-up, and a little bit more intensely, well, to measure the way they want it. And one of the specificities, I won't deep dive in that because there's some information left. Well, the team has a trauma approach. The professionals are aware, and we are trained from the recovery and support of these people. We admit that the audience that we work with has lived migration experience. I think she said, I don't belong to this country, this isn't my language, this isn't my culture. They've lived physical, sexual, systemic violences. They have lived in the street. So many traumas that we need to take into consideration. And what's the difference between ourselves and the Housing First for Youth and us? We are a pilot project. We've been working for 3 years. It's it's a very, very, very short time, but we are working on it. And what about lessons learned? What have we learned? During this year and something of project, we've made mistakes, but we've learned more. And I'd like to make a list of the lessons that could be highlighted. We shouldn't demand more to the customers than to anybody else. Nobody here, I think, has solved their life in 2 years. We can seed something in 2 years. Maybe it will bloom, and that would be very good. And maybe it doesn't, and it would be frustrating. It doesn't matter. We need to be able to manage this frustration by the client or or ourselves. It's another learning, another lesson learned. Sorry. So I learned this from a personal point of view, and I realized about this being working here. difference between house and home. In the program, we facilitate a house. What we don't give is a home. Why? Because the home is built, and it's something that has to be learned, and it's not something innate. What does it happen? The person gets into a program, he or she knows that it's an ephemeral house. It has a due date, so to speak. And they know that if they build a home, it will be the foundation of everything, their privacy, safety, autonomy, and so on. But it's really worth it to do it, because we take that lesson learned again. The lesson of, if I was able to build a home in this house that has a due date that is ephemeral, I can do it once and again, no matter the house, no matter the dwelling. Another lesson, the participation of this person during the whole process. I can propose something to this person and he will say no, and I'll ask why. He or she will say, well, I don't want to. It's a valid answer. We have duties, but we have rights too. And the right to say no is valid. And their no, it's motivated by the life stage where they are, personal reasons that I don't have to know as a professional, and that's good. And I have to accept that no. How important communities are. We are social animals. We need each other to survive. We are gregarious beings. That feeling of belonging is part of the essence of a human being. Religious communities, music communities, the family, that's our first community. We need it. And as professionals, we need to guide people and support them in that development of all support and communities. And last lesson learned, I think that a point in common that we all have is that we've all made mistakes, right? Yeah, all. And it's fine. And we need to leave room for mistakes. It's necessary, it's healthy. We need to accompany them without judging them in order to look for new opportunities, new ways. And we need to have room to make mistakes, okay, of course. And that's it. First of all, I think that it's been useful for you to understand what H4Y is, what we are doing. We are in the second stage of the program. We have short time left. I wish at team level and at people level that we can give this opportunity to other people. We were talking about community and reciprocity in relationships. The idea is that these people that we accompany can be part of the communities where you and I are part of. And I will leave you with a uncertainty of mind. Young people, plus time, plus power, plus means, plus support, well, everything would be possible. Thank you.
Vaya retazo.
So, what a great challenge that you have ahead of you. And it's great that it's having so good results and that we see that it's working so well. So we are going to speak about Derechos a la vivienda. We'll have Yolanda Soriano, member of the evaluation team. And the floor is all yours.
Buenos días a todos y a todas.
So good morning, everybody. Well, it's a great pleasure to be with you as part of the Fresno assessment team. And to us, it's great to be assessing both H4Y and Derechos a la vivienda. As you are seeing, during today, we are seeing many cross lessons learned. I'm going to present the results, the intermediate results, of the assessment that is being developed in H4Y. And very briefly, in terms of methodology, we will set an impact assessment with a transversal analysis. Well, we will compare the groups of people that are participating on this timeline. We've set different measurements. The first one at the beginning of the project, the second one after 7 months, and the third one after 14 months. We have the information of the initial moment and after 7 months. So this is quite interesting when interpreting the data, because all the differences that we have in terms of the initial point have happened in just 7 months. As Emma has explained, we have a great challenge ahead of us, and it's about tackling problems that emerge from a system that is not responding efficiently or fully to a situation that young people have, that because of several reasons, because of several factors, are being homeless people at a very early age. So taking all this into account, where H4Y is working, we're going to present information about the current situation in terms of dwelling, mental health and emotional well-being, employment, employability, the level of choice, autonomy, and so on and so forth. This information has to do with the total amount of 73 people that represent 70% of the sample. So, if we see the profile as starting point, as it happens with Derechos a la vivienda, it's mainly male and foreigner profile, as our colleague has explained. In the case of H4Y, we have prioritized the access of extremely vulnerable people, and that's reflected on the sample, on the characterization of the sample. In fact, 86.3% of people are foreigners. The age average is 22 years old, with some differences in terms of nationality and between being men and women. And the average in homelessness is at 20.7 months. If we speak about the profile, it's interesting to deep dive in the fact that many people that used to be homeless, that have accessed the H4Y program, came from the from the underage protection program, specifically 49%. Yep, yeah, no, 44%, sorry. Out of all these people, 44% of the people didn't have a residence permit, and 44% didn't have a work permit either. So this information reflects that these people are being doubly affected because of lack of response by the system. On the one hand, the underage protection system, that although they've been assisted by the system, they have not been able to regularize their situation, and on the other hand, the homelessness attention resources are not specialized for young people needs. And now we will focus on the results that we are starting to see. So first and foremost, as you know, we have, H4Y has a very specific approach in terms of empowering our clients, and we deal with this with every process that our colleague has just explained, and during these 7 months we are seeing some differences. As we see on the graph, the blue line speaks about the initial situation of the clients, and the red one has to do with the situation after 7 months, in several aspects that are related to decision-making process and the choice capacity on a daily basis. In every assessed aspect, the evolution is positive. So as regards emotional well-being and mental health, that is another essential element of the project. The starting point of young people is quite complex because they come from experiencing very traumatic situations, and that's why the project has a trauma-based approach and is intended to improve personal well-being. In order to measure the evolution that has happened in terms of mental health, we've applied this tool that I don't want to deep dive in, but I just wanted to explain that it's based on a rank between 0 and 36 points. Between 0 and 9, it means that the mental health impairment is low. Between 10 and 16 means that the mental health impairment is normal, and between 17 and 36 points it means that the impairment is high. So we see that we've split it down by nationality, but the starting point at the beginning of the project was at the high threshold level of mental health, and after 7 months it has gone down under 14 points. So that impairment is a normal level. So it's quite relevant information. If we compare this with the question that we've asked about their level of satisfaction with life, well, it confirms that an improvement is happening, because in just 7 months we've moved from satisfaction with life between 1 to 7. We've improved, but we've moved from 3.46 to 5.19, so it's almost 2 points more. And in terms of social relationships, we are seeing that young clients are reinforcing their bonds both with the community and the family. And in this case, it has been especially interesting the fact that the impact has been higher in the case of women. To see how they feel with the family, and in both cases there's an improvement, but the improvement in the case of men is quite slight, but in the case of women it has been quite substantial. So the percentage of clients that consider that as friends has increased from 61.6% at the beginning to 75.4% after 7 months, and as a consequence with all this, we have reduced the percentage of people that feel very or a little bit alone. At the beginning of the service, we can see that percentage has just 29.9% compared to 50.7% at the beginning of the program. And on the other hand, another element that is paramount in H4Y FUTURO is personalized accompaniment and support for job support. In this case, we see that there's motivation improvement of clients in terms of job situation, and in a scale between 1 and 7, at the beginning this feeling was at 2.6%, so we could consider this as negative, and right now, after 7 months, this feeling of how they feel with their job has improved in more than 2 points, and now it is at 4.25%. So the percentage of people that go to an employment office compared to the beginning has improved, as I was telling you. And in this sense, one of the most relevant pieces of information in terms of occupation, we could see, well, it would be that during these 7 months of the program, the percentage of people that are working with or without a contract has tripled, but they are being paid. So from an 11.35% at the beginning to a 39.3% after 7 months. And this is more obvious among foreigners because the starting point was lower. So as regards housing, we have tackled this point of view from different points of view. We've exploited data collected by the program in terms of housing keeping, I think she said, and we can see that 97.2% of the clients are in that house after 7 months. So this goes in line with what is being said as an hypothesis that said that an environment with a higher confidence and a more personalized support have a positive impact, and it means that clients feel more accountable for the resources and specifically housing.
En cuanto a cómo se sitúan en relación al
In terms of finding a house, we've seen that, well, we've asked about this right now, not at the beginning, and in a ranking between 1 and 7, 1 is not possible and 7 is totally possible. It's 4.94%. 4.94, sorry. So they say that it's quite probable to find an autonomous house, but it's not 100% positive. And it could be explained because of some of the barriers that could have an influence on this perception, as Emma has said before. So it means that sometimes they don't have enough money that they need, for example, the guarantees, or when they have to access a house, or maybe they don't have, or they do not fulfill other criteria like payrolls, or and so on and so forth. And just to wrap up and to go back to the full structure of the H4Y FUTURO program, we see that the trend is quite favorable in every single aspect that we've assessed, and the differences compared to the starting point are quite striking. And specifically, we think that this trend is being consolidated in terms of housing, in terms of own resources, and in the consolidation of the social capital. That is the initial setting that the project had. And regarding the autonomous way outs, up to now we haven't seen many, but during the first quarter of 2024 we have forecasted 16, so it's quite relevant information taking into account that the sample is of 105 people. And this is it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Yolanda. Os vuelvo a insistir en...
Thank you very much, Yolanda. I insist that you can ask any questions. Please don't be shy, okay? Ask whatever comes to your mind. And the ones that are not answered today in the reflection roundtables will be answered on the different project websites. So no problem about that. So just to deep dive in Housing First for Youth so that this model is consolidated in Spain, we need to know where we have innovated and why this is such a pioneer model. So we're going to have a very interesting panel right now. I would like to welcome Gonzalo Caro, Institutional Relations Coordinator of Hogar. Big round of applause for him. Irene Lebrusan, she has a PhD in sociology and teacher at the Autonomous University of Madrid. And last but not least, Lisa O'Brien from Focus Ireland Youth Services Manager. So welcome. So Gonzalo, the floor is all yours. Well, can you hear me? Yes, we do. Okay, as you can see, I'm quite nervous as Emma. I'm replacing Maite Luque, who is the H4Y FUTURO manager because of a personal issue. She has not been able to come along, but I am very well accompanied, by the way. I have more questions and reflections, but there was one that, well, there was a spoiler and I've seen the results beforehand, but I had something in my mind. How much do we insist in how tough the homelessness situation is for young people, how tough it is to be 18 years old. And sometimes we don't think about reflecting how important strengths are, as Emma was saying. I mean, why aren't we surprised that in 7 months we see such amazing results? And I was thinking like, well, so where's the limit? Where's the limit for these people to improve? We usually consider these people as vulnerable. And this is what I would like to speak about for a while. So Lisa, in Focus Island, you work with youth homelessness, and I was talking to Lisa, and she said, don't say we're experts, because, well, anyway, we've learned a lot from Hogar and Provivienda, so I don't know if these results are surprising for you, if they are more or less what you expected out of what you've seen there in your entity. If you can tell us a little bit more about what lessons you've learned with this youth homelessness.
Okay. Well, first, lo siento, no habla español, so I will speak in English, and I will try to be a little bit slower than usual so that the translator can understand and translate what I'm saying. I'm going to take this off because I can hear myself. I'm not surprised by the results. I think it's very consistent with what we've seen internationally, both in Focus Island and Ireland, but also internationally. So it's not a big surprise. And also having known, or having had the privilege of knowing the teams from the very start, I'm also not surprised at the success that they have had. In terms of the lessons learned, one of the things that when Emma said she was going to talk about lessons learned, I went, oh no. But it's actually really good that some of the lessons are international. She spoke about, we talk about housing first for youth internationally, and we apply the principles maybe in different ways in different countries. But actually a lot of the lessons are very, very similar when you adopt that approach. And so we had spoken a little bit about me talking about lessons, and I picked out 5 key lessons that I think internationally, including the feedback from Hogar that we have seen. And the first one is the importance of flexibility in terms of the type of housing that we are offering to young people, the amount of housing, to understand that they're going to move maybe a number of times. Firstly, because that's normal for a young person to move in their lives. And secondly, because their housing needs change. And that brings me to the flexibility of support that's required. One of the early learnings for us that we didn't realize is that the housing needs of young people might change because young people sometimes have children. And one of the important things within that is that they don't, because of having children, lose the fact that they are also young. And so it's really important for the project to continue providing that support. And one of the key successes of that is that we've got young people who, if they didn't have that support, would be having babies born into homelessness. With this project, with that continuation of flexibility, that doesn't happen, which stops intergenerational homelessness. And that, for me, is the essence of prevention. The other thing that was mentioned was tools, being very trauma aware in the work that we're doing with the young people, and also walking beside them instead of pushing them into a situation or pulling them out of a situation. We're walking beside them, similar to what Emma said there in terms of that young people can say no and young people can change their minds. The third is the pace of the work. For some young people, things are going to, change is going to happen very quickly. They're going to settle into a community very quickly. For other young people, it's going to take more time. And it's really important that we give that time even when it's difficult. And just because something doesn't work immediately doesn't mean that it won't. Support as well, in terms of pace, is not linear. So when you're working with a young person, it's not that you're going to start working with them there and you work and everything, all the support goes from being very high straight down to being low. It's more flowy than that. Emma mentioned this as one of her key things, and engaging communities, really, really important. I love the way she spoke about chosen communities and forced communities, really interesting and something I'll take back. But the other thing, and Maribel I think spoke about it this morning, social capital. This is something that a lot of our young people don't have, and our lesson is that we really, really need to help them and support them to get social capital so that they have natural supports. Which leads me on to the fifth lesson, is how and when do we say goodbye to these young people? Do we stop giving support? And our experience has been varied within that. Anecdotally, what has happened, we have seen happen is when we tell a young person who's doing really well, okay, your support is going to stop, suddenly a crisis will happen so that they need the support because they don't want to say goodbye. They don't want to lose that one, in their view, support that has supported them. So we have to be innovative again about how do we do that, because we can't provide the support for the rest of young person's lives. So one of the things that we were suggesting around that is having a space for young people that they can come to in the office of the project, that it's an open day that they can come in. So it's just a small idea that might be interesting as this project continues going forward.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. There's something interesting about what Lisa was talking about. It's the first time that we see a baby buggy in the office. We all said, oh my God, because in Hogar we don't work with families, so the first time we saw a baby buggy at the office was like really striking. And this is one of the things that innovation means. I mean, innovation makes you change and understand that things that you were not doing, maybe you'll have to change the way you work. And the first time we saw a baby buggy, it was like, baby buggy, what's going on here? So I'm going to ask something different to Irene. So Irene, we've been talking about this. We've focused a lot on the specific profile that youth homelessness has, but you've studied poverty from an intergenerational point of view. I think that you had a more complete idea of what youth homelessness means and the poverty that it means in this case. I don't know if you can tell us a little bit about it. Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for inviting me, and thanks for doing this. I'm going to skip your question just to say something positive. We are seeing this positive learnings, and I see that some years ago it would be inconceivable that so many people were at the same room to speak about homelessness, about youth homelessness. And when I started to work on this kind of issues, residential vulnerability, they told me that this topic was not sexy. So we see that there's an increasing number of people that are more specialized with all these learnings that we have. And going back to your question, when we find people that are living in the street that are homeless, we find that in some cases we don't consider their age. How old are they? We assume that there are no young people in the street. I mean, it's like they are under this idea of being old with the most negative connotation. So the point is that that's not true.
So I would talk here about the life cycle when we talk about residential vulnerability, and we talk about this in the old age. We see that these people have experienced vulnerability situations related with housing from the very early age. What Gonzalo and I were discussing is about the childhood. What we have seen and has been analyzed is that the poverty in their childhood determines the poverty that they will encounter throughout their lives. When we are in the face of this extreme exclusion situation, which is represented by homelessness among the young people, we see that it's very difficult to come out of that situation. This is why it excites me a lot to see that we are discussing all this right now. But there are lessons learned already. But up until now, this has been an age group that has been much left aside by the public policies. So stop me, Gonzalo, if I go too far. There are certain things that are related with gender, and gender has an impact in the situation. Lisa, I don't know if you have seen this already in this. Have you any learning in this aspect concerning gender?
We started initially a number of years ago, we anticipated or thought that it would be the majority male. For us, it's been a 50-50, male and female, and that has changed the way that we work in terms of, say, for example, one of the things Emma spoke about was the variety of people and life experiences on the team. And so for us, that meant we also needed to have a variety of gender on the team to respond to the people who, the young people that were presenting. And then we were seeing more, when we had more females, we were seeing bigger growth in families. So that changed the way that we worked then going forward. Another thing that maybe isn't for today, but is a very interesting thing that happens because of that gender is that we have couples, we have people in relationships, and we've also seen those relationships dissipate. But we also have some areas where there is domestic violence within our customers, and how do we approach that when we're working with both parties? And we've had some journey within that along the way, but certainly, yeah, it has made an effect on the way that we work with the young people.
I'm going to push you a bit, both of you, because since we have been discussing today, we want to get some lessons, some takeaways for the public policies as well. And I think that both of you, from your own experiences and from the work that you carry out on the field, you might point at certain things. I don't know. Irene, if you want to start by talking about the invisibility and how this affects the younger people and the policies related to the youth. Can you give us some tips, some advice? Well, there are many things that I would like to say about this topic, and it's difficult to ground them. But related to public policies, I will talk also about homelessness, the people suffering homelessness, the people working with these homeless people. And we're also talking about the people controlling the policies. And we're also talking about the public opinion. And this affects the public policies that will be implemented, because the public opinion will determine what things are being looked at and thought important and what things aren't. And so having a positive perspective on this and the way that we have evolved from not so long ago. In 2010, I discussed I talked about the social capital in these fields, and the people who listened to my thesis on this claimed that this didn't exist. But the truth is that now we are seeing it does exist, and we're talking about things that are very innovative approaches, the things that you are doing at the moment. I will capture again this sexy concept. I think that there has been an evolution. We used to think about policies as the person who received these, the subject of these policies was considered just an object, and now they are participating in the development of the policies. But we still have a long way to go, because we know that not all political parties, not all public administrations, and not all the people see these matters in the same light. So I would like to highlight that point. And I think there are so many things to mention. And I think there's something that we are learning, which is that homelessness is not something temporary. We tend to assimilate homelessness. We tend to believe that this is related to asylum and migration. And we see that this is a temporary situation, a conjunctural situation. People are coming from different regions, different places. But what we see related to homelessness is that this situation is not temporary, it's structural. And this is something that we need to tackle. I had another idea in my mind that of course I cannot find at the moment. But Yeah, okay, I remembered. One of the things that I wanted to highlight is the way that the population are understanding and receiving the public policies. When we try to analyze the idea of homelessness from the people who are not enduring it, we saw that a few years back, we talked about the guilt of the people enduring homelessness. When we talk about young people being homeless, we cannot really sustain this idea that they are guilty of their own situation. We understand that this is a very sensitive topic and we would need to discuss this further, but I believe that we have evolved and that there is a greater awareness from the population. The fact that we are devoting some budget to policies against homelessness is very relevant, although we have a lot of work to do. Lisa, is there any claim that you have pushed forward from your organization towards the public authorities in Ireland that you have said it's key that we change this particular element because this is an access barrier for people, or it's necessary for us to develop this specific public policy?
I think this has been a very interesting year for Ireland in relation to that, in that we got our first, or well, I should say 2023, we got our first youth homelessness strategy, national strategy, the first one in 20 years. And that we pushed as an organisation for that as a first step towards addressing youth homelessness as a specific issue. I would add then that we are now in the stage of implementing that strategy and trying to influence the government in terms of the public policies that may need to be changed in order for us to address youth homelessness effectively. And that's a longer journey, I think, than the strategy. But I think one of the key things in relation to the implementation of any strategy or a public policy is the importance of the different departments or different areas of policy working together or coming together to work together. Specifically in relation to youth, that you can't have housing without the support, without the health system, without the education system. If you're looking at youth guarantee, you need to consider all young people and not just a certain cohort. So I think that's what I would say. Thanks.
Muchísimas gracias.
Well, thank you very much for this. I think that we only have 2 minutes, and I'm being told that we need to wrap this up, so I will not ask you any other questions. I see that there's a very big red flag there for us not to take more time. So if somebody from the audience has a question, or the people from following us in streaming has any question for us. Yes, I've received a couple of questions. One for Irene. It's about your initial thoughts, considering that a few years back this was not so present in the public agenda when you talked about this sexy aspect. Somebody says, what are the elements that have changed so that these policies fighting homelessness are more present and more relevant? As a sociologist, I would say that we are more aware of certain topics. This happens regarding homelessness and other aspects as well. I think that there has been a change. A colleague talks about the destabilization of the stable. At some point, we have found ourselves in a situation where the vulnerability situations are not so far away from us as we could have thought initially. And this has been one of the elements. And also, I think that we are allowing in the public discourse to enter other voices. And so it's easier now to generate a great awareness on certain topics. There's another question from the streaming audience. What elements do you think are the most important in order to change all these mechanisms for supporting the youth? Where would you put the light and to transform these mechanisms to support the young people? I will try to answer this question. Sometimes the people who are behind the design of these public policies from the third sector or the public administration, I think we should put our own processes to the test. We should go through one of our clients' experiences, and this is something that they do in the private sector, and we should have to go through the same things that we ask our clients to go through. I think if we did that, we would change the way we work, because we would realize where the shortcomings are, and sometimes we are asking people things that we would not be ready to go through ourselves. Lisa?
Sorry. I agree. I think what was really interesting this morning from Laura was about the challenges of bureaucracy when people are trying to access services, and certainly for anybody, if they went through having to do all of that paperwork and go to all of those things, that would be challenged. To recognise that young people is definitely a really, really good thing to do, and a very, very good starting point as well, in terms of that's such a broad question. There's so many things that we could do, but at the starting point is for people to understand or maybe have a sense of what it's like, and then they can create certainly and experience it, or what they need to do.
Hay una persona del público que se pregunta
Somebody from the audience wonders how to face the homelessness situation from the LGBTQ community. How can we tackle this from that perspective? This is a complicated question. Somebody has asked this. Whoever wants to answer? I don't know if this is an answer to your question, but I would say that we need to have specific programs. But also, sometimes we need to step back and look at the common problems that lead people to find themselves in a situation of vulnerability and under protection. And at the beginning, you said, I will give you another example. I could not give you any tips because I haven't worked in this specific field myself. I just dived in to answer your question, but I don't know really why. But I was thinking about the life cycle. Sometimes we promote this intergenerational struggles, but people who are poor normally throughout their lives. The fact that you get older does not help you fight this lack of protection. We find common issues among people who are in a situation of homelessness. So I really do not know if we need to have a specific approach for this community, or if maybe we just need to be more aware of the specific needs of different communities to justify that from the public policies we invest more in this issue. But I don't really, I do not really know if there is a clear need, differentiated need. I think that we need to take an approach from both sides. Emma said that the tool that we have been using in Madrid also took into account the fact that people were from the LGBTQ community, and this had affected their path into becoming homeless. And this is something that we need to take into account, and the future teams need to be trained in how to handle this diversity. We have put a lot of emphasis in having a diverse teams, and we have looked into the LGBTQ policies, and we have thought within all this framework of policies and laws that are being developed, we have told the public administrations that about 10% of trans people have been homeless at some point in their lives, and this needs to be included in their public policies in order to understand diversity aspects not only as a niche for LGBTQ people, but in a broader sense. And we are taking this approach, and maybe in 7 months we will tell you that we have found the perfect recipe to solve this, hopefully. Lisa, we've been asked, how can you convince the administrations in order to implement this type of projects like House First for Youth?
Wow, if I had that answer. I think the first thing is because we have evidence. Use evaluations like Hogar. One of the key things when we were trying to implement this at a national level in Ireland was, and the feedback when they said no, was that we didn't have the evidence. And so it's really important to have the evidence, to know where the evidence is, and use that. And I think the second thing is a very simple thing, but find willing partners and latch onto them and ask them to help you to do what you're doing. And if it needs to be at a local level, do it at a local level and use that to convince. If it can be at national level, then do that. Find willing partners where you can, and find advocates where you can, and continue to advocate for as long as you need to, I guess, is the answer. I'm sorry that I don't have a formula that you can use. But one other thing that I would say though is that it works. And we had anecdotal evidence, we now have actual evidence, and even in terms of that intergenerational homelessness, that's a massive thing to say that we are able to prevent or to stop. And so that's a massive thing as well for the future when we're talking about people who are entrenched rough sleepers, how many of them experienced youth homelessness. If we're able to get in early and prevent that from happening, we're creating a much better social future.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Gracias a los tres. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you to all of you.
Bueno, si os parece, comenzamos ahora el tercer.
So let's start the third and final block this morning in order to tackle another working line, which is related to the deinstitutionalization. Regarding this, data speak for themselves. In Spain, 40% of homeless people have been 3 or more years in this situation, and over 67% have been in a homelessness situation for a year. This means that the problem is becoming chronic, and this entails that these people will lose the opportunity of building their own future. They lose hope, and we will hear from Sergio Arranz about this. He is a coordinator for for Derechos a la Vivienda here in Madrid.
Hola.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Vale, pues a ver.
Deinstitutionalization. 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 Very good. I said it 3 times right. That means that I am calm enough in order to make this presentation. We were joking about the fact that you had to get this word 3 times right so that you can get hired into the program. And I will start with by telling you 3 stories from clients that have gone into a program. First of all, Arturo, 70-something years old. He didn't want to hear about shelters. He didn't want to hear about any homes. And with his technician, he was looking for a house that really fit his needs. He found one, a room in the house of a very nice lady, where Arturo finds the way to diminish his rent because he can help out with things in the house, and he has the time to have a card game in the bar, have a coffee with the people who go to that bar daily. Now we have the story of Jesus as well. In his WhatsApp profile picture, you can see mixed martial arts sportsman. He used to do jiu-jitsu in a very intense manner. When his life went southwards, he entered the program. He lost everything, and then he joined in the program, and he needed to have a gym closed so that he could resume his hobby. and practice jiu-jitsu again. It was also important for him to give the address where he lived, not the address of a shelter. And it was important for him to keep his lessons, the lessons that he was attending. So for him, the gym was not only important because he liked the sport, but because it allowed him to move forward in attaining his life goal. He wanted to be a night guard, and there were many people in the gym that could support him in attaining his goal. And then there's the third story, Manuel. Manuel wanted to live in a village, and with his technician, Teresa, whom we have here in the audience today, and he looked for a house in the Guadarrama Mountains in the north of Madrid, and he receives some benefits, but it's not enough to pay for this house. And he managed to find a house in Castilla y León. He's very happy in this village. He's a religious man. He joined in the church groups, the church community, and sometimes he sends Teresa pictures such as this one. Pictures such as this one that you can see on the screen. Manuel participates in the church life. He was working in this nativity that they built in his church, and sometimes he sends pictures to Teresa like this one. And in the three stories, there are several points that are common to all of them. First of all, these people have decided where they wanted to live. They have decided in what communities they want to live in, and we accompany them, but they are leading this process. This is a socio-educational accompaniment as well. We also see that there are social infrastructures that are necessary in these three stories. For instance, the bar that allows Arturo to connect with other people. He is also connected with other people in the community around that area. And this is important for the social capital that allegedly does not exist. The gym is also important for the second example that I have given you. The three men live very happily in their neighborhood, and they have a house, each of them, and this contribution helped them attain this goal of having a house. Manuel contributes to his community by building this nativity that you see here, by being part of the church community. Arturo helps out in the house with the little fixtures that he does and that have enabled him to lower his rent. So we see that in this transition from being institutionalized to being part of the community, housing is key. It's not a transition from the institution to the community. It's a transition that needs to take place within the community. In the housing, as we have seen and heard before, people find safety. They are in control of the situation. They can decide at what time they want to arrive in their houses, who is coming to visit them. And Esther, an expert who has assessed us throughout this period, told us that in my house, I do not survive. In my house, I live. I can think about my life project. I can think about how to get close to the community around me. And that house within the community is key in this transition towards the community, towards exiting the institution. In this sense, we have had to rethink the concept of community. We see that there are several definitions of a community. Some definitions are even contradictory. We have taken all the theoretical models and the ones that we liked best to develop this definition. In the community, we see a territory with the social infrastructures, with the space it entails, with the geography. We see a population with the people that live there, the neighbors, the chosen and not chosen communities, as Emma was saying before. There are several public resources, private resources, social services, the healthcare center, the gym, the neighbors associations. There are also certain demands that can be articulated through the demands of our own clients. And this can be a nexus for connecting with the community. There are also certain assets. For instance, those things that make a community a good place to live in. If you ask Arturo, he would name the bar because he can go and play cards with his with the people there. If you ask Jesus, the gym. If you ask me, I would say the park because my son plays there, and this is for me an essential asset in my community. You see in the middle, you see there's the word comunidad, community, but it should say connections. So when we approach the community, when we get close to it, in this transition, when we are accompanying the person to enter this community, we need to be sort of sparrows. That's a bird that hovers, that stops everywhere, that just gets to know every little thing inside the community. We need to do that, and we also need to establish connections, and we need to be like spiders, making our nets and our webs. We also need to work towards the deinstitutionalization. We also take this with a pinch of salt. We need to be like the dogs, the good dogs, that are a step behind their humans, because their humans are the leaders. They are the clients, are the ones leading the process. Those good dogs that really bring out the best of the person and that make you connect with others. There's a metaphor. I had never compared social education with a dog, but I hope that you have liked this metaphor. My dog would be really pleased about it for sure. And we see here three main strategies. We are going to go back to this idea that if Muhammad doesn't go to the mountain needs to approach Muhammad. And so Muhammad goes to the mountain, so we accompany the client towards the community, and then the mountain goes to Muhammad, and then we go one step further and we make Muhammad and the mountain to build the concept of community, to make it more inclusive and to build it fit to size, so to speak. When we accompany the client towards the community, a main thing is to accompany him so that he or she can connect with the services provided by the community, the library, the town hall, the different services, healthcare center, etc. And also we need to accompany them for increasing the social capital that are the close connections and also the peripheral connections that come about. And we see here Aurora is making an analysis of the social capital with a client. And we also
need to connect with social infrastructures and community assets. We need to help people connect with these libraries, with this gym, with that bar, sometimes accompanying them to have a coffee in that first approach. And how do we accompany the community so that they can connect with the client? So first of all, we need to try to get involved in community networks. We need to participate in these networks. We need to accompany our clients so that they participate in these networks, and to embark in some projects from our colleagues from Mallorca, for example. So clients from Mallorca of deinstitutionalization and prevention participated in this activity, and we got involved in this neighborhood community roundtable to identify the assets that we have in the community, to reinforce them, and to facilitate the clients to get connected. So when we grow old, we want to be community connectors. It's like a plus spider, so it's like a top spider that articulates all these connections. And what is really important is to be able to co-produce this community, to dream with this community, this inclusive community that hosts people that we work with, and to get professionals involved, to get experts, neighborhood, community leaders involved. So, to make the long story short, every group that operates in the community. Co-production is a methodology that, in terms of a challenge, articulates collective creativity and looks for solutions. And in some sense, that would be the Trojan horse that makes us think about having a cozy community to favor these transitions from the institution. And well, lessons learned very quickly. It's about transitioning in the community and not towards that community, in the community, a house in the community, to build my home, as Emma was saying, in the community, to build my bonds, my relationships, autonomously from choice freedom, leading the process. We are the dogs that are some steps behind our clients. We have to see how important social capital is, all the weak bonds, different networks, to get out of endogamies, to get out of ghettos, to say, well, I'm going to integrate, I'm going to participate, I'm going to join my community. So specific supports in order to access these resources, these social infrastructures, these spaces that facilitate bonds, involvement in community networks, and the opportunity that we have in terms of building the communities through co-production, to get involved, to rethink, to dream about the community that has to be really inclusive. I've started with 3 stories of 3 clients, and I'm going to end up with my story. I have 1 minute 17 seconds, so this is the time that I have to tell you about. So I'm quite old, I don't know if you've realized, but the point is that more than 20 years ago, I worked in Colombia, I worked in Bogota, and yesterday I found this sentence on a wall. It's a sentence by Paulo Freire. I'm a great fan of Paulo Freire. The ones that know me know that. It says that nobody really frees anybody, nobody freezes on his own. Men and women free themselves in community. When we participate of empowering, when we accompany people in their empowering, we need to be aware that we are not empowering anybody. People maybe empower on their own, but it's going to be very difficult. And a real empowering, a real way out of this homelessness means that the full community has to be involved. Freire, well, it was very clear for Freire during the 70s. It's increasingly clear for us. We know that without community, we won't be able to do good transitions. So we're working on that. I hope that it has been interesting for you, and thank you very much to everybody.
Bueno, después de estas metáforas tan bien traídas de Sergio.
So after these great metaphors, Adrián Tuñón from Fresno Building House will speak about all these results and the data that we've received in terms of deinstitutionalisation. Deinstitutionalisation, it's not an easy word, so Adrián, the floor is all yours.
Hola, buenos días.
Hello, good morning. It's a great pleasure to be with you all here. So, now we're going to speak about stories of people at Sergio. Well, we've moved from these stories and we moved to data, but we need to take into account that the data that we always present. Okay, so there are people behind, and behind every piece of data, there's a person. So, I think that we need to take that into account just to get started. So, we're going to present the deinstitutionalization profile. I always say this word very quickly because it works better. So the methodology that we've used for this profile is quite similar to the one that we've used for early attention. It's a counterfactual assessment. We have 2 groups: clients, people that are participating in the program, and control group. These are equivalent groups, and this allows us to compare, on the one hand, the path of some people that are in the program, and on the other hand, to compare both groups. So we're going to present the data from measurement 0 and measurement 7, I mean that pathway, that 7-month pathway since the program got started. And we have to say that it will be the final assessment where we will have the information after 14 months, when we will be able to have the full snapshot of the program to see how people have evolved. So we know how important the assessment is, and this is why we want to highlight what the pathway is going to look like between customers and control group. Well, the results of 175 people of the experimental group is about 70% of the participants and 196 people of the control group. Okay? So first and foremost, what does this profile look like? The deinstitutionalisation profile gives solution to, well, the requirement was to have been more than 1 year in homelessness situation. But let's see what this profile looks like. It's important to have this initial picture in order to see the other results. So it's a mainly masculine profile. It's on average of homeless people at national scale. It's a profile with an average age of almost 50 years old. Letitia was saying before that 37 years old, you had an active age. Well, when you are 50, there are people that, as Sergio has said, are retired with 72 years old, and maybe people that are older. More than half of participants are foreigners, and this is a little bit higher. Well, this profile is a little bit higher in the case of men. There's 53, 54%, 53.5% compared to women, that is 47%. What happens is that the regular administration situation is in this profile, as happens with the other profiles. As we see, more than half of the people, of the foreigners, don't have a work permit. And as you know, and as Jenny said, there's a risk factor because, well, Jenny said that it's an obstacle when finding work and when finding a job. And if we move to homelessness pathways, in this case, the homelessness time is quite high. We were speaking about almost 7 years on average of being homeless. So if we see it sex by sex, we see that men spend more time as homeless, and in terms of nationality, Spaniards are homeless more than double than foreigners. So these are homeless paths that are quite high. And we're speaking about a chronified profile that many times gets old in the system. So, just to understand, or just to show the results that we have, this deinstitutionalization process of people with this profile that is a more chronified profile, almost 7 years on average. Well, as we've been talking about housing rights, they are promoting new community solutions to eradicate homelessness, and they should be conveyed into public policies. As we see, and as it has been said, the current system is not responding to the problem, because we see that homelessness path of these people, well, 7 years, I think that they speak by themselves. So in this case, it is where housing rights gets into consideration for people with this profile, and we see that they are working in all these fields. I mean, people are accomplishing improvements after 7 months in quite a quick way, and among those spheres that are closer to people, as you see in green, well, we see that we have improvements in community life, as Sergio was saying before, in data, and we see some things that we need to take into this profile into account, like, for example, employment. Well, these are long-lasting processes, and we'll get the results at the end of the assessment. So just to get started, in terms of housing rights, it's a solution that is based on the housing, so that's a starting point. So what was the situation of these people that joined the program? Well, the vast majority of them came from shelters or collective spaces or from public spaces and the different shelters. So if we compare that with housings, well, we've talked about safe spaces, where to start that live project, but if you compare it with the control group, differences are quite important. So we see that during these 7 months, out of just 10% of the people in the control group have moved to a housing-based solution. So after 7 months, a vast majority of people are either at shelters or public spaces. And here, not only people have a house, but people have a house that they're happy with. It's a place from where they feel that is somewhere to rebuild or to start this rebuilding process, so to speak. They have a house that is very positively assessed. We see the level of satisfaction of their accommodations. This includes the place where they live, the facilities, but it also includes privacy, for example. It has been said beforehand. It's a safe environment. If you compare this with the control group, we see that the control group, as a counterpart, we see that the satisfaction where the place where they live gets worse. And if we see the previous slide, we need to take into account that the vast majority of people in the control group after 7 months, they still live at public spaces or at shelters. And we also see that the age experience is proving that when people are giving a house, they are accountable of it, they know how to live there, and after these 7 months, as we see, the retention rate, that is the amount of people that are still in the house, is quite high, reaching 90 or going beyond 94%. One of the things that has to do with money, as Karma has said before, is the resources that are used and the ones that are necessary. As we can see here, one of the effects that that it has had has been an important reduction of the specialized detention network resources. If we compare it with the control group, you see that after 7 months, the control group still needs quite a high use of these resources. Here we see the positive net impact of the program. And, well, the accompaniment and, well, we've said that autonomy is in the center, empowering clients, etc. And when we ask the clients about what they feel regarding support that they are receiving, as we see, the difference between the experimental and control groups after 7 months is quite big. And this takes us again to the point of what's the situation of these people when they are answering this question. Some of them are answering from a housing point of view, and others are answering from more difficult situations. So support is perceived by clients as the right one. It follows a way of trust, autonomy, it improves their future possibilities. So it follows the line of the approach that the program has, and this proves that the program supports are efficient from this deinstitutionalizing point of view.
Bueno, autonomía, autodeterminación, capacidad.
So, autonomy, self-determination, election capacity, and housing, together with accompaniment and supports that are given, is having a positive impact on clients, on the participants of the program. And we see that compared to the control group, autonomy and motivation to change, and the self-perception are better. And this is paramount, and we should highlight this in the intermediate results, because this is a starting point about the point that we need to work towards this autonomous life and deinstitutionalization point of view. If we see the temporary point of view, seeing the election decree that, as Sergio said, is paramount, that's being developed from the program, we see that from 1 to 5, the control group, well, in the control group, the election level increases a little bit, but if we see the experimental group, the election degree skyrockets. So we see that people feel that they are able to make a choice, and this is what we can see on these figures. And if we move to mental health, there's another topic that we study, that we are analyzing, and as it has been said, mental health has an impact, or homelessness has an impact on mental health and emotional stability. And this graph on H4Y, well, there are several colors there, but I think that we can understand it. Well, the starting point of the control group in this case, in terms of mental health, is worse. So in this case, the higher percent, the higher ranking we have, the higher degree we have, the worse. But if we compare the path of these two groups during the 7 months, we see that the experimental group has improved more than the control group. And this is especially striking in the case of women. As we can see in purple, women start from the worst point of view, and in just 7 months, the change they have in terms of mental health is quite eye-catching. So the fact of giving, giving them this trust together with the support, and having trust environment and a safe environment, make women improve their mental health quite significantly, as opposed to the situation of being at home or at different shelters, because we know that in many cases they are victims of violence. We know that violence is quite present there. So to be part of the community, as health and well-being are key for deinstitutionalization processes, the fact of being part of the community, as Sergio has said, is important too. And here we see that clients start to consider their neighborhood as with different eyes. They belong to it. That belonging, that feeling of belonging increases. So we see those different figures, and same happens with people. And that feeling of belonging is not the only one that exists, but also that feeling of connection with people. So these are things that are paramount to be highlighted. There are other processes that are more related to social capital that are slower. We are talking about family, friends, and we know that these are more chronified profiles in some cases. They start from a more complex situation. And these processes tend to be more cumbersome, if you understand what I mean. And just to conclude, people follow their path towards deinstitutionalization. So Derechos a la vivienda is working in many different spheres. And in the case of chronified profile, there are processes that are longer lasting. And generally speaking, processes take more time than with other profiles. As we've seen, the program is having very positive intermediate results in many of the areas that we're working at. For example, people at the beginning are accessing non-institutionalized housing. They are receiving efficient support from this deinstitutionalizing perspective. This has a positive impact on autonomy, self-confidence, and motivation. These paramount things that the program is working on, and these is paramount for people too. And this makes health improve, and especially mental health and emotional well-being of people, and especially women. So the program has positive results in this community life, so to speak. And there are some aspects, as I've said, related to occupation and autonomous living that take more time and that we'll see in the final assessment because of the features that this profile has. And this way, people are being more autonomous. There are 10 people that have left the program in an autonomous way, and this means 4% of the total. But there are other 45 autonomous way outs scheduled. So at the end of this quarter, the next quarter, we'll have a 22% of autonomous way outs. And as Letitia has said, the goal was 25. So after this quarter, we will have fulfilled it. So in this case, we think that it's quite an important piece of information to present. So thank you very much, and let's keep on working.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Adrián.
Thank you very much, Adrián. These are quite positive information. So we are almost at lunchtime, but we still have one last roundtable of reflection about learnings and reflection in this deinstitutionalizing process. So I'll ask Damaris Barajas to join me on stage. She's the planning manager of Provivienda. And I want to be joined by Rosalie Escudés, Deputy General Manager of Primary Social Attention and Social Emergency of the region of Madrid.
Y por último, José Luis García, Teniente de Alcalde.
And José Luis García, Deputy Mayor of the neighborhood area and urgent attention of the City Council of Seville.
Uy, el foco.
Sí, sí, tenemos que decir toda la verdad. Sí. Bueno, pues yo quiero agradeceros muy.
So, thank you very much for coming along. Thank you very much for being part of this roundtable to speak about the lessons that we've learned in the deinstitutionalization line. We are the great deinstitutionalizers, so to speak. So this word is even more difficult than the previous one. So we are proud of the results that we've seen with this assessment. This is what we wanted in order to create evidences, but we are very proud of the process, and we're very proud of doing this together with the administration that joined us, and you made this project as if it was yours because you were betting on a social innovation. And this was a challenge because the deinstitutionalization approach meant quite a radical change in the way of accompanying people. Among other stuff, as Sergio was speaking before, we saw that people are facing different situations. We've worked with people that have a very long chronification path, so this required a very thorough work with people that have left the autonomy of managing their own house, managing a vital process, but the evidences show that they recovered this motivation and this wish of change. This was a challenge because it required this paradigm shift, and we had to work with an approach based on persons, and we have to work with the teams. We were being told about that this morning. This was one of the barriers. We required change in the way we looked. It was not the same to work with an institution than working with people that made their own decisions. So these were some of the barriers, but there were many others. So which were your first concerns or challenges when you decided to join this project? What did you face at the beginning, and how did you come over it? When we joined this project, well, I think that, well, we have Carlos and Noelia that are with me too. As soon as we came across it, we decided to join it. I think that it was a very interesting project for the region of Madrid that gave us this part of innovation that is very interesting for all of us. And the truth is that the team had just started to work. Well, we had been learning a lot for several months about homelessness, and that's amazing. And when we saw the project, we were working in the region of Madrid, and we have resources that follow this strategy. We have housing first models. We have, for example, Madrid Salud, that is for sick people, for convalescent people, and we've always tried to move towards person-oriented models that foster autonomy. So we had no concern about this project. It was crystal clear for us we needed to be there. And we keep on confirming that we have to be here. And José Luis, from a local administration point of view, how did you live it? So it was very clear for me when I arrived here in May. I had Carlos and Inma with me. They were the ones that executed the project with the previous colleagues. But personally speaking, it was clear for me when the city council started to move on. And now that I'm in charge of it, it's very clear. I think that deinstitutionalisation processes are the best ones for homeless people, and especially respecting processes. What our previous colleague has talked about. Everybody has his own process, his own deadline, timeline, and we need to abide by these timelines. When I took over, I asked to some people that were in our shelters, in our local facilities, and some people that have been working there for quite a long time. So that doesn't create other good synergies of this empowering process for people. I think that this initiative and these processes are the ones that should guide the paths for local administrations, as our colleague was saying. For example, I've tackled the Secretary of State because it's true that local funds are limited too, as well as regional funds, although you have a little bit more, but, well, yeah, we have a little bit more. But it's true that the national institutions support, state, or even the EU is paramount, so that it's not an increasing problem. We see that figures are increasing both in Spain and in other European countries. And it's much more obvious if you move to other European capitals that you can find more people in this homelessness situation, even in some of the Spanish capital cities. Maybe it's not so noticeable, but I think it's a global problem. So you said that you were going to the United Nations to solve that. So I think that we have to go, every institution needs to go hand in hand, but I think that this is the right path. Okay, and how did you live this transition process? Because in this deinstitutionalisation process, we work directly with people that have been living in shelters, that were there at that moment, and people that were being offered house in the community. Did you have to do anything for this transition to be smooth? How did you work with the teams? How did you live this part? Well, today, the work is fruitful. There are difficult situations, of course, or there are transitions or processes, uses transitions that are more difficult than others, but work is being fruitful. For example, the one that I know better, I work with them. It's a group of women that were homeless women. It's not recent. They had been working with the social process of the city council and taking them out of the street, and they were playing drama, for example. And this is a project that is called Mujereando. It's a social process done by homeless women. Now there's an ongoing project that is about giving a public housing for them, so that some of the actresses that are in this company can live together. This is a long process, but it's a very fruitful process because you see the evolution, especially empowerment of these women. How you see how mental health is better. It's a dramatic change. It changes dramatically. I mean, having a person that is lost or like down, to have an empowered person that is able to go on a stage and to perform a play and to make the audience happy and to have an independent life. I mean, that's amazing. It's a tough and difficult process depending on every process, but it's very positive both for the administration and for the person.
Es verdad que
I think we have heard the voices from the municipalities, from the regional government. We can have a different approach. We maybe are not so much hands-on in the services that the municipalities might provide for the homeless people, but we are connected to other issues related to the regulation or the coordination with the different municipalities within the territory, in this case of the region of Madrid. So in the region of Madrid, aside of having the resources that we have at our disposal, we need to set up the foundation for that the whole of the territory can act within this framework, within following these guidelines. So we set the foundations, we have the new portfolio of services and different policies. And this is one of the things that we can do from the regional government level. And going back to what our colleagues from Cartagena said, we need to reinforce, strengthen the basic primary attention. What we want to avoid is for people to be in the streets. We need to act before this situation takes place, and we are able of leading the coordination with the different municipalities, and this is what we want to do. I try to avoid the word deinstitutionalisation because it's something that is complicated to say. So I would like to highlight that it's very important that the primary attention services have the best information in order to tackle this issue. And there are several regions in Spain that they have their single information processes that will provide us with the basic information that we need in order to determine that if a person lives now in one municipality and the next day appears in Majadahonda, in a different municipality, the social services are aware that something is going on with this person and that there is a sort of uniformity, a cohesion between all the municipalities within the territory. And I think that this is the things that we are dealing with at our level, and in order to detect the cases. And we also want to add to this the increase in the aids for rentals, for basic needs. This will be increased with the plan that we are planning to implement from this year onwards. And this will promote the fact that people stay in their own houses. We do not want to go and look for the people outside. When they're already in the streets, we want people to stay in their own houses, in their own homes. This is the biggest challenge, in my view, preventing people from reach the situation of homelessness. But once that they are already there, I think that all the proposals that we have been hearing about here are very satisfactory. We also have an agreement with entities from the third sector for monitored youngsters. They come out from our minor services centers, and there it's very important to promote these early attention services, and we need this coordination with the entities from the third sectors. For what I have seen in the social services in the last 2 years, I've seen that each of the entities are working on their own, and I think that we need to join forces to put our resources together. How can we do this? We have seen that housing is key. People are better equipped to develop their autonomy when they have a house. But how do you see this in the framework of this coordination between the different entities? To build teams is a key factor. From the administration, we cannot reach everyone. And the third sector, the organizations, whether it's religious entities, organizations, social organizations, they are key. Their role is key in order to end the situation. In my city, I could not take care of all the people in this situation if I didn't count with the help of all these organizations from the third sector. We wouldn't be able to reach each person in this situation. So it's key, it's crucial to build these teams. For instance, we have had a round table where we could coordinate some of the actions that are already in place, and we see that we need to work together and follow a single line for work. It's important that the third sector participates. This is key for the public administration, and also we need to take into account that municipalities are not endless, and the social policies are sort of a burden for these budgets. We are talking about the pre-pandemic and the post-pandemic, and in the post-pandemic era, the social services have become a sort of paperwork handlers, and we have not been able to act. We have provided for the immediate needs, but we have not provided the support for these families to step out of their situations. We have just been solving or putting out the fires, if you want. So I believe that one of the radical changes that we should see is having the social community services are really what their name entails, that we really delve deeper and determine if their needs are really serious, if they're in a precarious situation, or if their needs are more shallow. And I think this is key, and it is important that all the public administration, especially at the local level, which are the ones that are really seeing the field situation, we need to all build a team. We have become social workers, but we do not make the real social interventions that are needed. And I think that with this project, this is what we are aiming for, trying to change the vital processes of the individuals. I think this is what will lead to success. And it will change completely that dynamic of the individual. And I think this accompaniment is fundamental, and I think it's something that we need to do both from the public and the private sectors. And within these things that you are pushing forward, all the projects that have shown evidence of being efficient and performing, what do you foresee for the future? What are the new cooperation lines that we could open in order to make this sustainable? What will be the next steps in order to move forward other projects in order to solve this issue of the homelessness? As Karma said, from Barcelona, the public administrations are not so difficult to convince, I believe. If we receive a viable project that really fits with the policies that we are developing, whether it is in Barcelona, in Cartagena, in Madrid, in Seville, let's go and try to find the funding. Thanks to the help provided by the European Union, this is helping us to raise awareness about homelessness, and we're receiving more funds. But the regional and the local funding is not unlimited, and we need to focus the funds in the resources that are really efficient for the citizenship. For instance, in Madrid, we might be interested in promoting more resources in the whole of the territory, not only in the city of Madrid. We know that the municipality of Madrid is very powerful, it has a lot of resources, and as a regional government, we should focus in other municipalities that are seeing greater difficulties when it comes to funding projects or obtaining more funds. Whenever this fits in our vision, because, for instance, they can tell us that they have a housing first project that is really great. This is wonderful for us. We will try and find the funding. When it comes to new housing models, I think that this has already been mentioned. The horizontal coordination within the administration itself, we are coordinating ourselves with the Department of Housing And we are considering the setting up of a project that includes housing for homeless people in cooperation with entities from the third sector as well, and also establishing mediation services and arbitration. And we are testing these types of processes. And then after the 14 months, we will see the results. But what we see is that autonomy plans need to be promoted so that people feel more autonomous, and we need to facilitate the coming out of this situation among these people. For instance, you might be, even if you are outside the starting situation, you might still find it difficult to find a landlord or a landlady to rent you a room or a house. So it's not only about the person coming out of the institutions. It's also important to stay in touch with that person so that this person makes his or her life viable after coming out of the institution. We are considering the setting up of a social contract in order to find different solutions to improve the situation of the people who are part of programs such as Housing First and others. We're very pleased to hear that, because the projects are generating an outward path from the institutions. So it's important what you are adding here. I think what Rosalia says, it's very important. The main goal is to focus in the problem that we are having. And I think that both at the European level and at a country level, we have realized that this is a problem that we need to solve. Also, as the colleagues were saying before, there was an anecdote, the story that we heard before from a person who has been through this situation. I think it's important that the people who have lived through this, they tell the rest of the people how they felt more empowered and the way that they came out of this situation, so that the rest of the citizens, the rest of the population can understand that this could happen to anyone. We could all be in that situation, because many people connect homelessness with people who have not had a normal life. But quite the opposite, any of us could end up in this situation, and we might need the social help that people are receiving in some places. I see that in my city. We see when the homeless people have access to a public space, there is a social movement, so to speak. And people are not agreed with this type of actions, but they should be more aware of the situation of these people who end up in this type of situations. There are cases of success that we are seeing. We have been working in this, and we will keep fighting in order to implement our projects. And the project that we have with Provivienda and the emergency unit that we have led by Carlos is going to be enhanced to promote more social intervention, to have a different specialized unit related to the housing, so that we can reduce the number of people living in the municipal centers. We have the funds now to create different facilities that are more individual, the small flats with their kitchen, but always accompanied from the public administration, so that we can empower the people. We are talking about people who have been living in the streets for a long time, and they cannot live without this type of help. And we have obtained a grant from the European funds so that we build micro flats. I'm interested in what you're saying. You need to tell me about this. We were considering setting something like this up. Just to finish, I would like to say that we see that we have many people living in shacks, and we have the sixth poorest shack neighborhoods in our territory, and we are working with a mediation unit and a specific unit for accompanying the people working there. We want to work in these shanty areas so that we can help them make the transition to their own houses, so that they can pay the rent, the water, the waste management. We can support them thoroughly until the families can be fully independent. I think that accompaniment is key to see success and not failures in this type of projects. I don't know if the audience has more questions. Yeah, people. We're going to be going for lunch soon, so let's be quick with this. First question, Damaris. A person from the audience says that there is a greater percentage of male homeless people. Do you think that there could be a problem with the invisibility of female homelessness? Yes, this is true. The data that we have, we work with the same data coming from the National Institute of Statistics, but it's true that women use different strategies in order to solve their homelessness. They are more invisible. They're also more vulnerable when they're living in the streets, and they tend to use other strategies. Another person says, when we talk about preventing homelessness, when we try to prevent people from reaching this situation, what is the role of the public administrations in these interventions, in particular when it comes to the provision of the housing? Well, our role encompasses everything. We are fully responsible of this. We cannot deny this. This is extremely clear. But as we said before, economically, we do not have unlimited funds. But the first step is to acknowledge that we have a problem. Once we acknowledge this problem, we need to bring the measures to solve the problem. But this is something that affects people in our country and people in Europe. We have been devoting funds to other things in social interventions, and we have not given the necessary importance to homelessness, because we tended to think of this as something that was very far removed from us, that these were people who ended up in this situation because of very specific circumstances, and we need to acknowledge that this is a problem that we need to tackle. I will ask a question to you both. You know these projects very well, and you see that they are having very positive results. What would you tell other public administrations that are listening to us here through the streaming? What would you tell them so that they want to adopt these strategies to fight homelessness? Well, I think assessment and data are the most important things in order to convince public administrations. If you can show that you have done these tests, that you have a control group, that you can provide evidence that this is working, nothing more to say. You have the data. And this is the good thing about these projects, that they provide with the figures, the data, because sometimes you just go and you give your pitch, and without any data, it's very difficult to convince anybody. As Rosalia said before, and we see that sometimes we undertake projects that do not have that are not evidence-based. So I would encourage other administrations to join in this type of projects that are so evidence-based. Now it's time for lunch. Please note that those of you who have any intolerance to different ingredients, please be aware that you have your own menu.
Bueno, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a todos.
So, welcome everyone after lunch. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We have got to this point where we need to look forward, to look into the future and listen to three people that, as you will find out, have a lot to say about homelessness. First of all, we will going to leave the floor to Patricia Bezunartea, who is the General Director of Family Diversity and Social Services from the Ministry of Social Rights, Consumers and 2030 Agenda, and she will discuss the goals of the European Platform for Homelessness. Patricia, the floor is yours.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Thanks to Hogar and Provivienda for this invitation. It's always a pleasure to see you and to share this space for the debate of topics as important as this one. Now, I've been told that, as our moderators said, they've been asked to talk about the need of coordination between social services and housing services in order to tackle the challenges that we have ahead of us related to homelessness. I think that it is beyond the scope of this coordination and beyond the scope of the homelessness situation. I think that the residential aspect is one of the main issues that we have to tackle nowadays. The lack of access to a proper housing is forcing many people to enter a situation of vulnerability. Their capacity for improving their own situation and in order to step out of a situation of exclusion is terribly hindered by this fact. Also, housing is an element that enables access to other things. To be able to register oneself in a municipality is a necessary requirement in order to have access to other rights. As we hear in the press, in the media every day, lack of access to housing and the high prices of the houses prevents many young people to access a dignified future. And extreme exclusion situations, the most serious ones, are always related to housing, foreclosures and living in the streets, the instability in the housing, etc. Also, the shanty towns and the things related to housing. Everything related to housing is key for the development of policies to prevent social exclusion. And a main idea would be to think of new models that enable access and affordability of housing, among other things, in order to be able to develop these projects for the life of people this will enable people to make this future a reality. And this is our main goal from the public administrations. I always say that the pandemic hindered many things, and it gave us an outlook of the reality in terms of healthcare and also the social reality. This was all the issues that are there were very visible from the pandemic, and this has also helped us to look at the bright side of things, see where we should be looking at and what we should focus in. For instance, having minimal wages that will enable people to cover their basic needs for their lives is necessary. This is we are seeing a legal framework that we had not seen up until now. This is the first time that we see this law related to housing. It includes different programs aimed at the most vulnerable communities and populations. Everything back in the days of the pandemic, we started developing the national strategy for fighting homelessness up until 2030.
Una hoja de ruta.
This is a roadmap that will help us align different possibilities in terms of accessing resources and other types of initiatives that will enable having a collective governance, a co-governance that will enable us to attain our goals. The strategy was designed based on a previous assessment that made it clear that things were not working in terms of the homelessness situation. There had been an increase in the number of homeless people. There had been a certain increase in the number of groups such as women, foreigners coming into the group of homeless people. And this was already giving us some hints about where we should focus our priorities. We made an assessment and we saw that the previous projects were okay, that they had set a path, but there were many things left to be done. And on those bases, we built this new strategy. On the one hand, the strategy was based or was centered around the housing. We can develop any social accompaniment projects or programs, but this will not be enough if we do not solve the problem of the housing. We won't be able to solve homelessness if we do not tackle the issues with the housing. We have international evidence from projects that have been successful in different parts of the world, in many countries in the European Union, and we have evidence that we need to work in we need to be working in parallel with the housing and the accompaniment.
Para cualquier proceso.
For any attention process, the approach of attention, housing, and accompanying work from the community is just something that we need to resume. We need to tackle prevention, because if we are working so that people that are living in the street stop living there but with the right accompaniment, but we do not prevent an important number of people from increasing the number of homeless, we won't be moving towards the right direction. So we need to include, not as an optional factor, but as something structural, the collaboration of the different agents. Another learning from the pandemic is that nobody, from an individual point of view, in any administration, any entity, no matter specialized and how good it works, unilaterally, we can't solve this situation. We need to collaborate, and we need to design initiatives and public policies that include all these looks and that respond from different points of view, because I think that the ones that are directly linked to projects know perfectly that you need housing, you need an accompaniment, but this has to be coordinated with other spheres. We need to guarantee income so that people can be autonomous, they can be in charge of their own lives. We need to develop actions in the healthcare sphere so that people improve this aspect of their lives. We need to work from a community point of view, interpersonal relationships. We need to recover affection and relationships with families. We need to work in many spheres. And this is done not from a single point of view, not from a single administration, not only from the public sphere, but all of us working together. So the approach needs to seek for the integration of politics and services, with the idea that the attention is focused on people, and public services are the ones who have to coordinate ourselves and integrate the response that we give to people. The strategy also seeks for innovation, solutions to topics that had not been clearly tackled previously. So we need to invest more but we need to invest better in these public policies. What does this mean? That obviously a plan of whatever nature wouldn't be developed without a budget, and that's for sure, but it's also true that we need to prioritize what initiatives have to be supported so that we can move on in this transformation. Maybe we need to stop doing things, maybe we need to transform resources and services, or maybe we need to give priority to some things that we did not prioritize, that used to be the biggest part of the investment that was being developed. So in terms of funding, we need to tackle this aspect, and we need to do this with all these factors, not only in terms of increasing, but also to think what we are going to prioritize, in what way we're going to do it, and how these projects contribute to that necessary and desirable transformation that we want to tackle. And all this has to be done from a deinstitutionalizing model point of view. We need to move towards models where services are not, or residences are not, well, I mean, in the wide sense of the word, are not the only alternative that we can offer a person in order to mitigate a homelessness situation. And in the case of homeless people, understanding that, well, maybe they are homeless, but we can think of this institutionalized model, thinking of great groups of people, other residences, or people that don't have resources, although they are living in the street. The only effective response that they receive is an institution, with institution rules, with that low flexibility that bad institutions offer. So obviously, this deinstitutionalizing model is also valid for homeless. This strategy has two goals. On the one hand, to eradicate homelessness by 2030, and this is combined with the Lisbon goals and the commitments that we've acquired as a country, with the European institutions signing that statement and subsequently participating actively in every international space where this topic is being tackled. And the second goal, the second great goal, needs to be prevention. We need to be able to attend the different situations as early as possible so that these people do not go through this chronification situation as homeless. So for that, the strategy has four axes: the axis of prevention, the axis of fostering autonomy, the axis of adapting and personalized responses, and the axis of governance and knowledge. And I'm going to focus on governance a little bit. We need social policies that are linked to groups of people that are vulnerable to be included by ministries that are paying attention to exclusion among their main priorities, so that if we are working in the housing field, the access to housing for groups of people that have more difficulties to access it can't be just one responsibility of social rights departments, but housing departments need to play an active and protagonist role, I would say 50%, in order to design formulas that give a response to these needs. So how do we do this? With a lot of dialogue, and we are not always aware of these realities, and I think that it's really worth it, and I think that this strategy or any other strategy at a regional or local level has the same challenges of getting different people or centers involved, the ones that have different competencies in housing. So have evidences that binomial between accompaniment and housing is the one that gives us the better results, and we need to move on so that this becomes a reality in practical terms, and so that in the attentions and need coverages that any homeless person could have in this moment. I was saying that we have some opportunities. I think that during these last years, well, these years have been fruitful for these social policies in general, and for this specific policy in particular. We have as a role model the Lisbon targets that were signed in 2021. We have our own strategy that aims at, or has always aimed to be, a roadmap to converge the different sensitiveness, but also the opportunities, funding and others. This goes hand in hand with a new stage of European funds planning, structural funds planning. So we have the chance of European Social Fund Plus and FEDER, but we need to take advantage of the funding that is being offered from Europe for innovative projects to keep on researching on new, efficient and effective solutions that respect people's rights, that allow us to move on towards this direction. We've had the chance of having the Transformation, Recovery and Resilience Plan, where a big part of the funding has gone to the regions, but with the same goal, with goals of innovating, of designing and modernizing the attention systems in order to attend people's needs. And also with European funds, we have created a pilot project of count methodology that we've created with city councils and regions in order to see what methodology could be shared that allows us to have real information about this reality. And we've had a Spanish presidency with an active dedication and proactive dedication in order to make this topic present on the next Commission's agenda, so that the Homelessness European Platform is a Parliament agent to keep on moving at European level, to keep on learning out of experiences all around Europe. And for that, a statement was signed. The statement of Avilés was signed by all the member states. That means the will of involvement and commitment with this policy at European level. And I think that all this needs to entail that in 2030, although this is utopical a little bit, but I think it's important to have relevant challenges and demanding challenges in order to move on. By 2030, it would be amazing to see how the Lisbon targets have been fulfilled, or at least to see how we're fulfilled to a great extent. That's it for me. I think that there's a Q&A, right? So I'm fully available for you. Yeah, and there's a question, by the way. So Patricia, with an inclusive reflection, it says, you've talked about a combination between social support and housing for the right collaboration between social services and housing. I think that public housing is paramount, but we can't depend on the free housing market to keep projects as the one that we are tackling today. So question, what can be done from the government in order to foster regions to increase the number of public housing and to devote a part of them to deinstitutionalizing projects? Well, I think that what can be done from the government and from the different regions too, and from the local entities, first and foremost, is to launch public policies that allow this from happening. We start from a deficit. That means that in previous times we've had a lack of investment in social policies and also in social housing. I think that we all know how this has jeopardized situation and the lack of opportunities that this means for many people in situation of exclusion that can't afford to access a public house can access a social house. So we'll have to design policies that allow us to move on in building social housing. This has to be done in collaboration with the regions. What can be done from the public administration is to give support, to fund, to offer legislation frameworks and strategic frameworks so that all this can happen at the same time. But we can't wait for for enough social houses. So we'll have to design systems. We'll have to test instruments that allow us to move on in this direction. We can't wait for the public houses to be built. In this case, well, public houses take time to be built, houses in general, and we'll have to diversify the access resources to houses in order to move on towards this direction. And we'll have to experience, well, to test different formulas. And I'm sure that today we've heard about some of them, housing associations or collaborations among public administrations and the third sector in order to access this basic good as housing. And we'll need to move on in innovation and progressing in this sense. Well, in order to make PPPs to converge, we need to talk, we need to share ideas, we need to realize, and I think that we're all aware of it, that we have the same goal. And no matter different approaches that we could have about a social policy problem or in general policy, we need to move on in order to improve people's lives, and that's something that we can't give up. So innovating to offer regulation frameworks and strategic frameworks that allow us to move on towards this direction, of course, to have funds and to keep on talking. That's very important, by the way, to keep on talking and to have sessions like today's. Thank you very much, Patricia.
Bueno, a continuación me gustaría presentaros.
And right now I'd like to introduce Freek Spineven. That is something that has a lot to say about homelessness. He's the manager of Alianza, the only great European network that is focused on homeless, and he will speak about how to generate sustainable transformations in attending homelessness. So I would like to ask him a lot of things because he's a very interesting guy. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I took some notes on the computer, so I'll open that. Yeah. Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor to be with you, and apologies for not being able to address you in Spanish. In the office back in Brussels, the head office of Alianza, we have about a quarter of the staff of Spanish origin, but I'm not one of them. But I might work on it in the future when I find time. I was asked to maybe also to say that I listened carefully to the presentations of the results of the two projects, and I have to say that it's impressive results. I'm looking forward to the final results, and you can count on Alianza to share the information, the learning with a wider network and other people in other countries. I was asked to say a few words about funding, EU funding, when we talk about sustainability and sustaining the transformation. Money is, of course, important, and the European Union can help there, even if it's not always that easy. But before I speak about money, I would like to say a few words about, and it's maybe going back to the basics, and maybe it's strange to go back to the basics at the end in the last session of a seminar, of a conference, but I think it's quite important to say what we have learned in Alianza are the key elements of an effective approach, effective policies against homelessness. The first is that you need a separate strategy. We feel that homelessness is a distinct problem in need of a distinct solution. That doesn't mean that it's not connected with the wider social housing context, etc. But if you don't have a separate strategy to address homelessness, you're likely to be less effective, less performant. I think here Spain is actually doing quite well, as Patricia just outlined. I think the aim of such a strategy, the aim of policies should be to end homelessness. Ending homelessness should be the ultimate objective. When you have to set that date, that I leave up to the different countries to decide what is most opportune, but ending rather than managing homelessness in the shelter system should be the key objective. And then inside such a strategy, you have to make sure that the policies are housing-led, with a strong place for housing first, and a strong place for prevention. Patricia has mentioned it, you cannot address homelessness, you cannot solve homelessness if you don't invest in prevention. Currently, we see in a whole range of countries that the housing outcomes, that's the solution, the housing solutions, the outflow out of the shelter system in housing solutions has never been higher than before. France is an example, but still the numbers go up. And that's because the prevention is still not as effective as it should be. So housing-led with a strong place for housing first, plus prevention. You also need proper monitoring. You're not going to progress towards ending homelessness if you don't know how to measure it. And I think also here the Spanish strategy as presented by Patricia includes quite a bit of progress. And of course you need a sufficient budget, sufficient means. We shouldn't underestimate the cost of solving homelessness. We often make cost-benefit arguments, but I think we have to be a bit careful with these kind of arguments. There is a cost associated to ending homelessness. And I think you also need a clear lead in the government and a clear division of tasks. We had a tendency to say that in the countries where the housing ministry is the lead of the homeless strategy, at least you have the buy-in of the housing sector. That makes it easier, but it doesn't need to be like that. We see countries where the housing is not the lead, the housing ministry is not the lead, but still much progress is being made. But somebody needs to take the lead and involve all other responsible actors. Now you might say, what is ending homelessness? Patricia already mentioned the Lisbon Declaration, which has been signed by all EU member states and which is the basis for this European platform to combat homelessness. It has been defined in the Lisbon Declaration. So all 27 member states have signed up to ending homelessness and they agreed with what that actually means. And I think it's useful to just quickly remind you of that, just to avoid that if ending homelessness is the aim, that you don't do it in a partial way. The first objective that is in the Lisbon strategy is that nobody should be forced to sleep rough because of lack of services adapted to their needs. I think that's a simple one. The second is that nobody should be in emergency shelter longer than their situation is in emergency. Here talking about a couple of days. The third objective is nobody should be in transitional accommodation, transitional shelter, longer than is required for successful move on into housing. There you can debate how long that could be, but there is countries that set a limit of 3 months, 6 months, but it's a matter of months, not a matter of years, obviously. The fourth one is nobody should be discharged from an institution, psychiatric care, prison, youth care, etc., into homelessness. So a housing solution should be provided. And the last one, which is probably the most complicated one, but very important in the context of this seminar, is no young person should become homeless in the transition to adulthood. So these are the objectives that if you meet them all together, you basically end homelessness. So that's the key elements of effective policies. Now there is other elements that are good to have, but that are not always easy to establish. But that will help to make the policies more effective. One is a political consensus. I know that in the current political situation in Spain, maybe that's a complicated thing to aim for, but political consensus helps. Countries that have made quick progress on homelessness, like Finland, there is a political consensus what to do to end homelessness from left to right. You need to secure the buy-in of the homeless sector. If you don't have the support of the homeless sector, the homeless shelter sector, for your ambition, they can make you fail. So you have to organize buy-in. I think that is happening in Spain as well. I think, and that's maybe a slightly more complicated thing to say, but I think we should try to develop policies based on the rule rather than the exception. In the social sector, we're quite obsessed with the exception. We always think of somebody for whom the policies will not work. And we're probably right about that. But I think it's wrong to try to anticipate all the exceptions in the policy because it makes your policy unworkable. So base your policies on the rule rather than on the exception. And space provides space for innovation. Patricia said it. There is a lot of space for innovation needed in the homeless sector. Make sure that that space is there. And then I think, and it was also mentioned, the housing situation. Introduce a system where housing support, social housing, is allocated also on the basis of the urgency of the housing need, so that homeless people can, in a proper way, jump the queue if that's necessary. Now, it was mentioned here and there before, if you want to end homelessness, we also have to talk about migration. I'm not going to talk about migration here, but it can be a massive obstacle to ending homelessness. In most countries now, certainly Western European countries, about half of the sheltered and unsheltered homeless population is a migrant. And a large part of those are people without papers, undocumented migrants. We have to also find a solution for that. I just wanted to mention that quickly. Now, to EU funding. There is EU funding, but there is a number of buts that I have to list, not to create any disillusion. I think there is really opportunities, but I think we have to be realistic about it. But first of all, to say that if you move, if you transition from managing homelessness in the shelter system to ending homelessness over time is a costly thing. During a short period of time, you will need additional money. And the two systems will have to live together for a short while. So there is cost-benefit arguments to be made, but they're often over a longer period of time. So funding is absolutely key to make the transition, additional funding. And I think there the European Union can come in. If you talk about EU funding, I don't think that it's smart to see EU funding as a source for recurrent, long-term operational funding needed to implement the policies. That funding has to be found nationally and locally. But what it can do, and what it has done in the past, is it facilitates the transition, like I said, the extra money that is necessary to make the shift to ending homelessness, from managing homelessness in the shelter system, and it can promote innovation and experimentation. And I think the example here of the two projects is clear because that is funded through the EU. Now to go a little bit more into detail, what sources are there? It was already mentioned, there is the European Social Fund. That's the obvious source to look at. In the short term, I'm talking now and in the next couple of years, it's perfectly possible to use the ESF to fund housing solutions for homeless people. It is possible to use the ESF to fund for social support, but also to fund rent, as long as the rent is part of an integrated or an integrated inclusion project for the person. So it is possible. The problem is that we're in the middle of a funding cycle. The power is with the national and regional authorities, and they have allocated the money already. There's always space to change here and there. I think you have to look at that space, but it's certainly not so easy in the current frame. But there is countries that in the current ESF program use quite substantial amounts of ESF money for homelessness. Czech Republic, for instance, Italy is a good example, France as well. So it is definitely possible. So if managing authorities of the ESF tell you it's not possible or it's not allowed, they're wrong. It is definitely possible. Even rent can be paid with ESF, but it might be difficult. In the longer run, I think we can be ambitious, especially with the political dynamic that has been created by this European platform to combat homelessness. There will be a new funding cycle, a new multi-annual financial framework with a new ESF, with new priorities. And I think there we should try to go for ring fencing of a percentage of that amount, and you took billions for the European Union, for the fight against homelessness. Why not 3% of the ESF? So then you don't have to negotiate with the authorities in your country anymore to prioritize homelessness, then it is prioritized in the EU law. Then it's just a question, how are you going to spend it and where? I think it is possible. At the moment, 3% is ring-fenced for food aid. We know food aid is a very ineffective way to address poverty. Why not try to lobby for using that 3% for food aid and make it available for structurally investing in solutions to homelessness. So that's the ESF. Short term, quite difficult. Longer term, I think we have to be ambitious. Second big pot of money at EU level is the ERDF, the European Regional Development Fund. And there again, in the short term, it is possible. You can fund housing for marginalized communities, amongst which there is the homeless. But there is no examples, to my knowledge, of countries that do that for the moment. So it is complicated, also because the managing authorities don't see that as a priority. But again, in the longer run, there will be a new ERDF in a couple of years, and there is a lot of political momentum around affordable housing at EU level. Maybe it will be better integrated into the new EU law around the ERDF, and bits and pieces of that can then go to housing solutions for homeless people. I'm less optimistic on the ERDF than I am on the ESF for the future. And then, of course, there is the Recovery and Resilience Facility. That's the money that has been used to fund these two projects. I think, unfortunately, that's a one-off. I don't think it will happen again. And it's fantastic that Spain has used that to intervene on homelessness. To my knowledge, Spain is one of the very few countries that actually does that. And then there is other EU programs that are maybe more difficult to access, but with a bit of creativity, we can be successful. Social Climate Fund, for instance, which is to compensate and help member states to compensate for the social impact of the climate transition. I think there is, if you're a bit creative, some hooks that you can make to fund housing for homeless people, or to renovate, transform shelters into housing, for instance, energy-efficient housing. There is the Asylum, Migration and Integration Fund. I said already the link between migration and homelessness is obvious. Also there is potential to use it. There is even the the Rural Development Fund, which in principle would allow for investing in housing for vulnerable groups like homeless people, but it's not currently done. So a bit of creativity, and we can look into these funds as well. And then I'll end there. There is the whole area of loans. I think in the homeless sector, we're so used to grants that we forget the potential of loans, especially in countries where there is a solid housing allowance systems. Loans can be an opportunity. And I'm not going into detail, but there is two big players there. The European Investment Bank. I wouldn't go and knock on their door because they only go for loans that are very big, 100 million, more than 100 million. But there is another actor at play, which is called the Council of Europe Development Bank, which goes for smaller loans and also is keen to try to finance housing solutions for homeless people. So if I were you, I would knock on their door. And if you can combine grants and loans, that would, of course, be fantastic. That is already possible now. Not easy. What we're doing in the longer term is to create a specific loan facility for the fight against homelessness, for financing housing solutions for homeless people. That will not be easy, but in the context of this EU platform, may be possible. So I think the conclusion for me is that funding and financing options exist, but for the longer run, we have to reserve bits of that for the fight against homelessness, explicit reservation of bits of that for the fight against homelessness. We need to adapt the funding to what is needed in the homeless sector, to the fight against homelessness. And I think we also, and that's what I didn't say yet, we have to equip the homeless sector as well as the local authorities to develop funding and financing projects because the expertise is probably not as well developed as it should be. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
We have a question for you. Okay, so is the eradication of homeless in the framework of the European elections? Okay?
Yes.
If it's... Vale, pues tenemos una pregunta.
So we have a question for Friek from the audience. What are the expectations regarding the eradication of homelessness in the framework of the European elections?
We know that in a number of election manifestos of the European political parties, ending homelessness will be inside. Probably the Social Democrats, probably the Greens, maybe even the European Conservatives, the EPP, but it will be an issue. And this is the first time I worked 20 years or 25 years at European level in the homeless area. I've never seen that before. But it's not up to the European Parliament to commit itself to ending homelessness. It's up to the European Parliament to make sure that the member states are committed to ending homelessness in the framework of the Lisbon Declaration actually do that. But I'm pretty optimistic that in the election campaign and afterwards, the new Parliament, that homelessness will remain an important social inclusion issue.
And Fred, what policies can the European Union promote in order to,
I think the European Union can do a number of things. What we don't want the European Union to do, maybe that's easier to explain the point of view, we don't want the European Union to take over the responsibility of the member states and the local authorities in solving homelessness. That's not the point. I don't think the European Union is equipped to that. But what the European Union can do is, apart from the funding that could be made available and can already be made available, is the whole area of mutual learning. We're confronted with similar problems in many countries. The approaches are often slightly different. The learning potential is huge. The evidence base for homeless policies is growing, but it's not yet fully picked up by services and policymakers. The European Union can help sharing that evidence base, can help develop it further. So that's certainly something the European Union can do. And then I think there is the whole area of monitoring. Member states are quite sensitive to be compared to other countries, especially when it's neighboring countries. I think the European Union can do that, but they have to do it in a solid way, in a good way, but to sort of monitor progress that the member states make in a comparative international framework, European framework. I think that can be quite useful. And don't forget that there is also EU legislation that impacts directly on homelessness. There is the whole migration file, which is huge at the moment at European Union level. Unfortunately, the decisions that are being taken at the moment are likely to increase or worsen the situation in the homeless area, but it's certainly an area where we have to lobby. Same with the climate transition. The obligation to renovate houses and make them energy efficient might also be an extra propeller of homelessness. So there is also EU legislation that we have to look at. So these are the 4 areas where the European Union can intervene.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Okay.
Greg. Bueno, ya ahora llega un...
Now we are getting to a moment that is very special. Before we say our goodbyes, there's a last talk from an expert that will tell us about the transformations necessary for homeless people to gain hope again, to regain home. So I will welcome Paco on the stage. Francisco Fernandez, please put your hands together for Paco.
Está todo perfecto. Mira.
Please stand here in the center of the stage. Can you hear me well? Well, thank you. And thank you to all the people who have intervened and helped me be here today. I've got to know fantastic people here today, all the people that I have met today. And the people in the audience today, I think, are great people. And without further ado, I will start telling you my story. When a person lives in the street, it means that they have lost everything. And the most important thing they lose is hope. Not only hope, but also they lose their families, their friends, their work, their expectations. This leaves them with great emptiness in their day-to-day lives because they do not know how to recover everything that they have lost. So after some time sleeping in the streets, and you might decide to go to a shelter to improve the quality of your life. You have a roof over your head, you have food, and it's not easy to go back to being part of the society. In your mind, you feel that you will never make it. And it becomes very difficult. And time goes by and you're still in the shelter. This reality never ends. You turn around in circles. You do not know what you want. You do not know how to achieve anything. Hogar and Provivienda allowed me to live in an autonomous way, taking step by step my life, taking steps that I would have never thought possible. I felt I could start living in an autonomous way with people around me that asked me on a daily basis what I needed to become more autonomous and to be on my own again. I have done different training. I am also part of a group called Reduction of the Damages, where I am cooperating or helping out other people who have addictions. I am trying to find enthusiasm, spending time with my family. This was difficult for me when I lived in the shelter due to the difficult timetables and the difficulties in organizing the resources with the technical team. I have been able to tell my old friends that I have my own house. In the shelter, I got completely isolated. I closed up and didn't want to see anybody. I spent over 3 years in the shelter, and I told myself again and again that I was always in the same place without any hope of coming out of this. I felt like hiding. Now I can tell everyone that I live autonomously, that I have been chosen as part of this project, and I want to thank everyone for allowing me to be part of this project. And although the technician who has accompanied me and who didn't want to join me on the stage today always tells me that this is thanks to me and the efforts that I am making. I think I shouldn't be a privileged person, that this should be for everyone. I have passed the milestone of the halfway of the program. I have been able to find peace. I can focus on different things, and I would like other people to enjoy this wonderful project. That other people regain hope in having a better life, thanks to the people that make this organization possible, and thanks to this wonderful project that give hope to people who have had lost it. Hogar and Provivienda should keep on existing for the good of society, because society is really commending these type of efficient programs. Thanks to people like you, this is a reality. Thanks to people like you, I have regained my hope. This cannot end here. Thanks to all the people who are here today with an open mind, people who make this society a better place. Thank you so much.
Paco, hay una pregunta.
Paco, there's a question from the audience that I think is very interesting. They ask you how it was from the transition from a house, from the shelter to an autonomous house. How did you live this experience? Well, I was very lucky. The transition went great. I found, thanks to Isabel, I found a house in Seville. I rented a room there. And it's wonderful because I feel at ease. It's a roomy place. I am very happy. I can focus in different things and have a stable life. This has been very easy for me. Also, I have seen my rent go down, which is really good. The landlady has a dog, and in the morning I walk him, and I think that's why she lowered my rent. And the little dog every morning scratches the door, telling me to get up and to give him a walk. And I think that that little dog really makes me get out of bed every morning and take a walk and start my day with the joy of seeing him play and so full of life. Well, please give it up for Paco, for Miriam, for Isabel, and for the dog, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please, we're very sad because we're running out of time, so we will have Marianne Juste, who is the chairwoman of Hogar, to say some words to wrap this day. How do you like to be called, Paco or Francisco? Paco. Well, I have to tell off the Hogar team because giving me the floor after Paco is really intense. Well, you've been working all day. I will promise that I'm not going to take too much of your time. After a long working day, I want to thank you all, and I will start by thanking Paco for being so courageous, for being so generous. It's not everyone that can come here to tell us about the most difficult and vulnerable times of their lives. And congratulations, you are a success story in yourself. And Hogar and Provivienda will be working on a daily basis until there's no homeless person in the streets anymore. We will keep working, all of us. I also want to thank the Foundation Giner de los Ríos for their welcome today and for this wonderful building. I was really impressed by everything I have seen. Normally after a working day, a hard working day, we can end up very tired and feeling a bit claustrophobic, and this is not the case here. This is a wonderful place. I know time management is very hard, so I want to thank you for moderating the day today. I also want to thank all the organizations that are here with us today. And I would like to thank you all for saving some room in your agendas for being here with us today. And I want to thank all the organizations from the third sector, obviously Hogar and Provivienda, our great partner, our great friends with whom we have worked for so long already. And I would also like to thank all the professionals from the attention services. I think it's been really useful to talk about all the achievements, all the successes that we have seen in our project. Forgive me, I'm going to put on my glasses. Now, this was the goal here, to show what we've done up until now, decide what we're going to do in the future, tell you about what we're going to do in the future. Innovation is a buzzword. We're hearing it in every sector, and it's true that our lives have been transformed in every single aspect of it. Every time we see a gathering of the organizations, we end up talking about innovation, and we get to the conclusion that we need to innovate. And Patricia, and forgive me because I will say her name a lot because she has said many interesting things, but as Patricia said, we do not only need the will to innovate. For innovating, we also need a purpose and a vision. And in our case, we need a shared vision and a shared purpose. And honestly, since I arrived at the Ministry of Social Services to present the Next Gen funds, I could already see that we were going to do these together. There were 13 different institutions sharing a view. We're talking about a structural phenomenon that requires systemic solutions, structural solutions. One of the main structural solutions is to provide access to the housing. I will not explore this any further because Patricia has explained this very well already, and we understood this very well. If we hadn't known it before, we would have understood it from her words. There are many things entailed by this project, by this will. We are helping a lot of people having access to a house. From the moment that we give access to a person to a house, this enables them to regain their dignity, to regain your hope, to have access to the different rights that are connected to having a house. You develop again or regain your social contacts. And of the 500 people that have been assisted by this program, and more of 100 young people who have enjoyed the benefits of this program, we have seen in all these cases many terrible stories. But with this vision that we share, with this purpose that we share, we are having a great impact. We are providing a real solution, sometimes a definite solution to many people, because we have our will is so strong, and the will of people like Paco is so strong that we will accomplish many things. There are many things that we have attained already, and we have many things planned for the future. The 60 stories of success, the 60 stories of these people really give us hope. We are proving that this is possible. For innovating, we need to question the things that we have done up until now. We need to question all these assumptions that we had made, both about our environment and about ourselves. Sometimes it's more difficult to unlearn what we know and to forget the biases that we have and that sometimes are unconscious. It is very important to involve the public administrations, and we have a lot to thank you for. To all the organizations, the public organizations that are supporting this project. And also all these organizations such as Hogar and Provivienda, the representatives from the private sector and from the public sector, all these people who have dared to work together to make this project a reality. We have to acknowledge your participation, and also innovation is not enough. We want to thank the Ministry of Social Services, Consumers and 2030 Agenda for having chosen homelessness as one of the topics they want to work on and to generate new innovative projects, thanks to the Next Gen funds as well. I will not tell you more about the projects that we have been hearing about all day, but all these resources that we have been using to start this change, to push forward the innovation, will not be enough in the future. We need further resources in order to consolidate what we have learned and the knowledge that we have acquired in the past months. So I would like to thank beforehand all the public administrations for the efforts that you're already doing, so that we can consolidate together these projects and to make this transition smooth and efficient. We need to use this knowledge, and since they have proven so efficient up until now. The fourth thing that we need for innovation is generosity. Like Paco, we need to be generous in order to be able to share. And this has not only to do with the organizations and the public administrations that have worked in this project. We are all ready to share everything that we have learned with other organizations, with other public administrations that want to use the example that we are giving and the knowledge that we have acquired in order to pursue the same goals. This is why we're here today. This is why we're launching Housing Plus, which is an online school for free training actions based on the knowledge that we have acquired together. We are organizing seminars, workshops in all the places where the project has been implemented and in everywhere where they ask us to give such workshops and trainings. We want to be human-centered, and we want to focus in the rights of the people as well. We want to have this as the regular response to homelessness. As Friedrich said, we need to have emergency solutions for emergency situations, and shelters need to be only for emergency periods, but we're not here to provide only emergency solutions. We need to give sustainable solutions to people at risk of homelessness. We need to make a proper assessment of our activities so that we can develop a knowledge that will enable us to develop new policies that will be efficient to solve the problems and making an efficient use of the public resources. I will not repeat the ideas that you have been presenting today, but I would like to wrap up my talk with the sentence that I said before. To ensure access, ensuring access to a dignified housing to everyone is a collective responsibility. You have been talking about governance, collaboration, innovation, political consensus, as Friedrich said, and all these are the keys. So each of you from your areas, with your visions, working together towards the shared goals, where we can make a reality of all the rights of the people. There is a future that we can build together. And thank you very much, and congratulations on the results that you have seen.
Quédate aquí, bueno, yo después de este...
Well, after this wonderful summary that Maria has made, I do not have much to add. Thank you for trusting me to help you today, and thank you all for showing us that there are different alternative ways for ending homelessness, and we'll meet again soon, I hope. Thank you very much.
Yo es que, pues un poquito, pero no tan profundidad en el país.